Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
We will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
That crap.
Dati mihi Anglican po, he's verbal sloppy.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Tuesday to you. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. In focus, large and in charge. Here we go. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Just took my water delivery for the day. 4 should get me till 2 o'clock. 4 should get me till 2 o'clock. All right. Good afternoon from a very wet and windy Glasgow, Scotland. Jan, thank you very much. Hello across the pond. Hope you're doing great. Wait. Regina Crawford, first in chat. Congratulations, Regina. You once again have been sentenced for your promptness. You've been punished. Everything IP related to your responsibility for the rest of the day. Sorry. It's all you. It's all you. Julianne says, ready for my birthday song. Been waiting all year. Well, let's do that then. Let's do that. Let's make sure we get the birthdays, and let's make sure we have everyone else there at the same time. Welcome. Chat is going fast, and I am going slow. Hang on one second. Okay, I'm going to start reading now. If I missed anything, you have to say it again. Welcome, everyone. Glad you're here. Thanks. I have to give a huge shout out to my mods. They're absolutely incredible. They start working before I do, and they work after I stop. And always thinking about the channel and each other and you guys, and not necessarily in that order, which is great. Absolutely amazing. Your Amazon reflection is showing. Ooh. I am shopping right now for FlashForge ADX 85X 4-pack all-size nozzles, high flow 32 millimeter cubed per second hot end kit, high-speed 3D printer part. Ooh, that's a mouthful. But apparently 3D printers have like different nozzles, and I'm trying to figure out what they do and if I need them or if my kids will need them. Greener says, I keep the mods up late at night. Yes, a little bit, but that's okay. We love you for it. Kelly H. Thank you, Kelly H. Kicks off the day again with a massive super sticker. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ellie Veldman. It's my birthday today. Ellie, wow, we will add that to the list. Let's see. And we've also got Julianne and Ellie are going to be on the list. So let's see if the mods are able to work that in alphabetically or not. Good morning, everyone, from a -7 Vermont today. Let me tell you what happened today. School is canceled in Pitt County, North Carolina. It is canceled today. Why? Are we waiting for snowplows to clear the roads? No. Because there's no snow on the roads. Are we waiting for the sun to come up to thaw out the frozen roads from the freezing rainstorm we had last night? Nope. Because there's no ice on the roads. What are we doing? Well, we were scared that it might snow, and so we canceled school today. That's what we did. Now, my children are a little disappointed about this because guess what? They live in their school. They are homeschooled. They will still have school today. They don't get a day off just because the public schoolers do. Let's see. Twin Tail Fox. What true crime you talked about on the podcast? Oh, that also canceled because of the weather, potentially. She was not ready. She's working on the script still, so we'll do it later this week. And the gig for the city canceled. I was not going to do it anyway, but they want me to live stream maybe Wednesday night. That's from the community center. And the problem is they don't have anything set up. There's nothing. So Molly Caitlin, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. And Twin Tail Fox, thanks for the song. That was a great song. Denise Feldman Ersland, member for 35 months. OG. Lurking more frequently than chatting, but wouldn't be anywhere else for live court unless I'm a court watcher, that is. Thank you for everything, Denise. Thank you. Thank you. A long time supporter from the beginning. All right, birthdays today. Angie, Donnie, Haley's Comet, Ashmere Mom, Colette, and Ellie Veldman. Did we miss one? I think we missed one in there. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's one more. There's one more. I think we missed one. Who was it? Ellie Veldman. Julianne. I needed a Julianne on there. Let's see. Sorry about that. I think it's a late ad. I need some water before we can get started. This water has been in our refrigerator room, the laundry room, where ironically we keep our freezer. Warm up, dancers. Yes, thank you. Let me add Julianne here. Josh, I've got yours again, but there's a Julianne that was a late ad. Oh, Julianne is Haley's Comet. Okay. So mods know better than I do. I should probably just listen to them. Let's do this. Everyone stand up where you are. Deep breath, shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with the neighbors. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We're going to sing happy birthday to Angie, Donnie, Haley's Comet, Ashmere Mom, Colette, and Ellie Veldman. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Angie, Donnie, Haley's Comet, Ashmere Mom, and Colette, and Ellie Veldman. Happy birthday to you. If only the boss listened to their moderators. This place would run so smoothly if I paid attention to everything you guys told me. It would be wonderful. All right, Julianne, I'm glad we sang to you. Haley's Comet is working for Julianne. Angie, Ashmere Mom, Colette. It was a belated birthday, but Donnie Osmond, Ellie and Haley's Comet. Did I get them all? I think I did. To everyone who's celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday. We realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully you can turn that joy back to you, make your day a little more special, or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Danny's IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. There you go. Go shorty. Super. Have a stack of pancakes. Yes. All right. Yes, I have amazing mods. Thank you very much. Sort of monitored the chat this morning, and I hear you. But at the same time, you guys are absolutely amazing. So we'll see. We'll talk soon. I promise. Your mods are stressed today. Just a warning to everyone. Just a warning. Everyone just be good. Be good. Be nice for the mods. The ideal day for the mods, they get to just share their opinions and enjoy watching court as well, which, believe it or not, they like to do. The mods like true crime too. Did I already get better sleep? I did. I slept from 11:30 till 7. Oh, drum solo? Forgot. Nailed it right there at the end, though. So I got plenty of sleep. Nothing's happening with the mods. The mods are... the mods have lives. This is the number one rule of moderating on the channel here, is your life comes first. And so if you have opportunities to be with family and
happy birthday. You look good.
Opportunities to go do something, make whatever, any family want, desire, or need comes above moderating. And schedules are, some people are here then, some people are work then. We've got some mods that can only be here for, certain times. And it's great. We love it. And some days we're a little thin on the mod side, but we are good. We are good, says Breadpen. It's a bright day in the Commonwealth, says Legally Blonde. It is. The iris is cranked up on this camera, and it's like we've gone to court heaven. Soft white glow on everything. All right. Olga, thank you. Thank you so much. They are absolutely the best. All right. Where are we at? I can't find the drum emoji. Oh, it's right here. Sherry had him. Sherry borrowed it. Let's see. Britta Aller, happy to report that my dad was able to donate his corneas for 2 other people to be able to see. Oh, Britta Aller, that is awesome. The gift of sight is a wonderful, life-changing gift. That is an amazing, generous gift from your dad, and a great way for you to remember just what an amazing person he was as he continues to bless people's lives. That is really neat. Tim is in Denmark. Hello. I've never been to Denmark. I've been to Norway, but that's the closest. Which beautiful. The fjords. Oh my goodness! I learned to fish in the fjords. How many people can say that? I learned to fish by climbing on floating bundles of logs in the fjords of Norway. It's like a fairy tale beginning to loving fishing. And my uncle, who could speak about 4 words of English, and 3 of them were here fishy, 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 here fishy. Oh, that's 2. Here fishy, fishy. He would fish without any bait and without a pole. He would just have a line and a hook, and he'd climb on the logs, and he'd lay down on his stomach and stick his head gently over the side and look down at the fish they called trita, which was basically perch, and he'd drop his line down, and he would spin the line in his hands, like rubbing his fingers back and forth, like playing the world's smallest violin, only it was a fishing line. And the hook under the water would spin by itself, and the fish would come and hit it. And he would catch fish without any bait. It was absolutely amazing. I loved it. That was, and then my grandpa would clean all the fish, and we'd eat them. They were delicious. All right. Thank you, Britta, for the super chat as well. I forgot to say that. I appreciate that. Now you know something about me, about where I learned how to fish. So if that ever comes up in a security question while you're trying to steal my identity, the fish was trita, and it was the fjords of Norway is the correct answer. Jennifer Foster, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much, Jennifer. You're one of us now. You can never leave. Snow Leopard, member for 23 months. OG on the jury. I come in to OnlyFan. Love it. Love it. Yes, we have the OnlyFan right now. Sounds magical. In my head, it was probably a little more magical than it was. In reality, it was extremely dangerous, climbing around on logs that were trying to dump you into the water, and it would spin underneath you, and you'd fall off the end, and then you could not come up because there's no space, and the logs shift and everything. It was dangerous. I'm glad my mom let me go, because that was life-changing for me. Let's see. Selena K. Gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Appreciate your generosity, Selena, this morning. Hope you're feeling great. I'm probably out on a morning jog, just 8 or 10 miles with that new knee. No more cracked ceiling showing in the OnlyFan court. I guess we've got a different angle. Let's see, anything else to he caught fish with his bare hand. Now that's called tickling fish. Like you can tickle trout. I tried this one time because I'd read in books like some idea that you sit on the edge of the bank and you reach down into the stream and you like tickle the trout and you hold them up. You just catch them that way. And I thought this would be really cool. If I could do that, I would truly be the fish whisperer. And so I did that. I found a bank, an undercut bank, and I knew there was a fish under there because I'd seen it swim under there. And stuck my hand down there, and I wiggled my fingers trying to wait. That sucker bit me. It bit me right on the finger. Like, it did not bite like, hey, stay away. This is my space. It bit like, I'll have that. And it bit, and it went, and it shook, and it cut, like, just behind my fingernail, and just, wow. Trout have teeth, I tell you. Trout have teeth. And this was not a brown trout. This is a rainbow trout. Maybe a cutthroat. It might have been a cutthroat. Josh, saw your comment. There's something in chat I need to look at. I have not looked at it yet. I shall do that now. You said you posted a video in chat. Oh, it's way back. Wow. Is it a video? It's a picture. Probably a screenshot from a news story. It says drone delivering drugs and crab legs to inmates for feast intercepted at prison. Drugs and crab legs. It's like, yeah, can I get a pound of weed and maybe some snow crab or Dungeness? Send me some Dungeness and yeah, maybe a lobster tail, and that'd be it. Yeah, just drop it at the the prison, just inside the gate. Unfortunately, Twin Tail Fox, I can't show songs other people made, and it gets very technical, and the problem is because it's Suno, even with an assurance, I can't guarantee. I don't have the legal recourse to back up the right to play the song. Does that make sense? So if Suno changed their mind about whether or not you were allowed to use it for free, if they changed their policy or something like that, they could come back and hit me with a copyright strike. And I can only play songs that I have made under my paid account. So I do apologize for that, but it was a great song. It was very, very cool. I like the style as well. Nothing like joining the stream to hear tickling trout. Who doesn't like a little crab leg with their weed? Apparently, how are they going to cook them? Do inmates have like pots? How does a lobster is banned from this channel? I think I'm banned from Red Lobster. So living the high life in prison. I mean, how many of these got through? How many crab legs deliveries have been dropped off successfully in prison? And is it a problem if you drop the package from too high? Does that crack? Little slip there. Crack the crab legs prematurely before they've been cooked. They have patis. Oh, yuck. Not that one. It's a hearing from Judge Chisholm. Oh, so I need to go further back. When you say you put something in mod chat, there's a lot of things in mod chat. All right, we're at 9:04, which means we're late again. We're late. Let's see. Were the drugs in the crab legs? No, they were packaged separately. So a bag of weed, bag of crab legs, same bundle. Oh my goodness, John. I can't even click on that one. Where was this drug and crab drone drop? I didn't see what state it was in. It was like a meme from a video. They asked for crab legs and pot to cook them in, but the order was mixed up, so they got a crab and a pound of pot. It's like, we didn't want the weed. Why are you sending us weed? Oh, yeah. Now we're going to get in trouble. Had it just been the pot, they would have been okay. Red Lobster has a wanted poster with your name. Don't feed this man. He'll run you out of business. Pretty much. It is 9:04 on the East Coast, 7:04 Mountain, 8:04 Central, and 8:04 Central and 6:04 Pacific. I think I got that right. But we are having a slow start today. Possibly could be the weather, but the cameraman made it, which means the court is open. There could still be a delay if anyone wants to check the interwebs for us and see if there's a delay that's been announced. 2:05 p.m. in the UK, Jan. Thank you very much. Furthermore, how did they hire a drone for that specifically? I'm pretty sure, Special K, that this drone delivery was not like your average Amazon residential delivery drone. You can't just plug in the GPS coordinates and just have it fly there. Those drones operate using a no-fly zones, and they take precautions to make sure they don't fly over prisons and airports and things they're not supposed to fly over. So it was probably a privately piloted drone that was flown over the prison. All right. Do you know what time the Shelby Neely sentencing is today? No, I don't. It was in South Carolina. Southern Treasure says South Carolina. I'm super excited today because for the first time this winter, I've actually taken the precaution of keeping my studio cool today, and I've done that by putting books over the vents. I've covered the vents, so it's no longer blowing hot air in here, and it's actually feeling cooler. It's not 80 degrees. You can build a drone without geofencing. I understand. I used to have back before the DJI Phantom was a thing. I was flying the DJI F450, which is a modular drone. You can make it into a hexacopter as well as a quadcopter. And you can just build the parts you want. And if you don't want the GPS satellite link up, you don't need it. You can fly it completely manually. Okay, I live in South Carolina. That checks out, says Armada. Yep, that seems like something we could do here. Crab legs and pot to the prison. Yeah, that's a South Carolina thing. AP Wenzel. I don't know. I've been following this case loosely. I think Josh from Courtroom Confidential has been following it a little closer. I don't. First of all, I guess he's a musician. Okay, I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard any of his music. I understand that a body of his girlfriend was found in the trunk of his car, decomposing or something like that. I don't know much beyond that. It sure seems like there's to be some questions to be asked, and I don't know why they haven't made an arrest. No octocopter. The problem with the octocopter is the size. It has to be so big because the propellers have to clear each other. So the arms of the propeller have to go out further and further and further. By the time you get to an octocopter, you've got like a 4-foot diameter drone. And at that point, it's just not mobile enough unless you're in the air. And then it's great lifting potential and everything. That's just how the crab legs come with pop. All right, I might have missed a couple things here this morning. Let me go back and check those. First of all, Kelly H., thank you very much. Molly Caitlin, welcome to the gallery. See that month number 2 for you. Denise Feldman-Ersland, we called you out as an OG, which you are. Appreciate that. Britta, thanks for sharing the news about your dad. That is beautiful. That is a wonderful message. Jennifer Foster, welcome to the gallery. Snow Leopard, member for 23 months on the jury, and you've got the only fan still. Selena K. gifted a membership this morning, and Southern Treasure, member for 23 months, another OG. Month away from New Color Courthouse. I started as Apple Treasure. I remember. Yes, next month you will get to that pink courthouse, which looks beautiful. Let's see. For your information, I dropped a soda on my Recovery Addict mouse pad, washed it with a dab of Dawn, and rinsed it, and bam, looks new. Highly recommend the mouse pad. Jewel Sugar Socks. It's the SH sound in sugar. I just cannot yet. Oh, here we go. Judge is talking. We're not hearing. Love to be able to get some audio.
Court Indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Mr. Walsh in the white
Somebody needed to see me.
Sweater.
We needed to see your side button.
Okay.
Larry says we have an issue. Not sure what it is. That's interesting. The defense is bringing it up now during the state's case in chief because they didn't have any issues to talk about last night. See, Mr. Walsh is wearing sort of a snug-fitting, is that a cardigan? I can't see. I'll have to turn around so we get the front. A gray cardigan. Tipton had a bad day yesterday, in my opinion. Possibly. He's got something in his hand. I'm wondering if this is outside influence being brought into court, something new. Ryan checks his tie. He did just barely get dressed. Changing from jail clothes to street clothes here at the courthouse, probably. The way that Mr. Tipton spoke, it sounded like he was trying to inject solemnity and a sense of urgency into the issue that is obviously taking place at the sidebar. So might be a couple minutes for this one to get sorted out, unless the judge is up to speed on everything that's happening. Then it'll be a quick decision, I think. Barb, what did you point out? You triggered everybody's OCD. Well, let's see what it is. His tag is up in the back, going to drive me insane all day. Let me look at this. Why, yes, it is. Why, yes, it is. I see it. Just a tiny bit, but it's up. Okay. Barb, thanks for noticing that. Appreciate it. It's the details. It is the details that matter. The Brown Barn, welcome. Good to have you here this morning, even if it's only a little bit. Has anyone worked out who the other person with the legal pad is? The girl who sits in the chair, the lady who sits in the chair, directly behind as we view Mr. Walsh. I do not know, because she's moved to the other chair. She's out of the picture, possibly because she saw herself on replay and said, I'd rather not sit right there. He looks skinny wearing the sweater, no judging. No, yet is a slimming fit. Maybe he wants to plea. That would be something that can't just happen at sidebar. That would happen in open court if he does change his plea. Defense has lost a couple battles when it comes to what is coming in. And there's more. There's more terrible stuff that's going on. You think, how can there be more after we sat through 50 murder-related Google searches? How can there be more worse than that? There is. But I think in the mind of the jury, the fact that he pled guilty to illegally disposing of her body, that would be more. Although they already know he did it, right? Because we watched him on video doing it. The jury has to get instruction that he has pled guilty to this because we've shown him committing that crime. And if the jury is saying, I don't know, there's no evidence, and then they're like, yes, there's the evidence. He's dumping the body. He's dumping the garbage, all the crime tools. That convinces me. The jury needs the instruction to say he's pled guilty to that. And this is a separate charge. You can't use him throwing something away as the sole reason to convict him on the other charge as well. There needs to be evidence he committed the other crime, in my opinion. Of course, someone else might argue and say the circumstantial evidence of him dumping the body is quite compelling when you're saying, did he commit the murder? Indy Cindy, member for 30 months. I enjoy watching this trial with you. Happy holidays to everyone. Indy Cindy, thank you very much. It is a wonderful holiday season. Beautiful, beautiful time to go out and do something great for a neighbor or a friend. It's the most convincing circumstantial evidence we have had. It is quite. But I think there has to be some instruction that I don't think they can. Here's what it feels like. I don't think you can convict me for drunk driving by saying, and he ran a red light. Okay? Now, the red light might be like, yeah, that's part of drunk driving, but you can't, unless you have proof I was drunk driving, I don't want to get convicted for both. If I pled guilty to running a red light and that I'm in trial for drunk driving, I think there should be evidence about the drunk driving that they have to prove. Not just like, well, he ran a red light, so he probably is guilty of drunk driving too. These two crimes are a little more closely related to that one, but that's just the thought process going on in my head. You can use reasonable inference to convict. I think, yes, definitely, 100%. That is correct. That is a legal truth principle. I don't think, what I'm saying is you can't use that alone to convict. There has to be something else. You can't just say, we found him dumping a body, thus he's a murderer. But I think there's enough with some of the Google searches maybe to get there. It's like a three-legged chair, and one of the legs is him dumping a body. You need some more legs to be able to sit on the chair. I would flunk because I have him guilty. He stole peroxide. There's leg number two. Leg number two. He stole peroxide and he dumped a body. He's clearly a murderer. I say that a little facetiously. I think he clearly is. Prosecution needs to tie together that Google search about the blood on a knife and the knife found in the cabinet, but no premeditation yet for me. The problem is with the knives and the weapons, they can test positive for the presence of blood, but they won't be able to say whether he killed her, through stabbing, through strangulation, through drowning, through poisoning. There are all these different things that could have taken place, different ways this could have happened, and the state just doesn't know. Ooh, new fan, new look. We get the skylight view as well. Have they found any pieces of her at all? No. None. He stole the peroxide. JMR, we went back and watched the video when specifically this was at CVS Pharmacy. He's checking out and he's getting a bunch of spray bottles of peroxide as well as regular bottles of peroxide, like pour bottles. He puts like 5 or 6, he scans them, and for some reason there's a problem with the self-checkout, and he had a problem with every single self-checkout he used in this trial. He's had help on every single time. This time he's scanning, it's not scanning. What probably happened was as soon as he switched from scanning 1 from the cart at a time and putting it in the bag to grabbing 2 and trying to scan the both, the self-checkouts often have a scale that will say, I now sense that something has been put on the exit in the bag portion, okay, from the cart to the bag. And if you have beeps that aren't, but no change in the scale, or change in the scale with no beeps, that triggers a, hey, we've got a problem, send help. So the manager has to come over. I think what happened when the manager came over to do that and scanned his card, for some reason it wiped out everything he had scanned before the spray bottles of hydrogen peroxide, because on the receipt we only had the spray bottles, and so he scanned those. And there were 5 of those. Then he also added the 6th item, which was round up for charity, because hey, nothing makes a murder better than rounding up 42 cents for help local children in your neighborhood, and he did that. But so the receipt only showed the 5 spray bottles and the roundup for charity. So he did, in fact, steal the other bottles of hydrogen peroxide. He's not being charged for that, though. We'll all come together if the jury hears that he pled to those 2 charges. I love self-checkout. I hate waiting for slow people when I just need to get in and get out. I would like self-checkout if it were a little smarter. I think we have the technology to do it, right? The whole 2 at a time thing, that's me. I'm quick. I can throw things from one hand to the other and scan it and drop it in the bag before the machine, it's almost like juggling. Okay, I've got the skill. But the machine is more methodical and processes slowly. Yeah, he's a saint, just paying it forward. It's self-checkout, not smart checkout. Okay, smart checkout is Circle K. For those who have not been, Circle K is a gas station and convenience store. Circle K, you buy a bunch of stuff and you basically take it, and it's got a little, it's got a platform, for lack of a better word. It's a little platform, a little square, and you just pile all your stuff and you just dump it in there. And right next to it is a pay thing, and you just dump your stuff on there, and it says, this is everything you have there. And you pay and you grab it and go. That's smart checkout. Whoever decided to put self-checkout at Costco is a moron, in my opinion. If If I have to use self-checkout, says Mike MKE, then I better get paid to do it. That's not my job. When we shop, because we have a big family and just the way we shop, we try to shop. We try to do a big shopping week every 2 weeks, and so during that big shopping week, we might buy not like a couple boxes of mac and cheese. We might buy a flat of macaroni and cheese, or we might buy a flat of, whatever refried beans we need to restock the pantry with, or tomato sauce, Alfredo. We buy a lot of something at a time, and it lasts us through several weeks. Shopping is not like that before. When I grew up, the stores used to have case lot sales where you literally would buy everything in the box. They wouldn't even open it and put it on the shelf. They just have piles of boxes, and you're like, oh, this one says green beans. Let's get a case of those green beans. That was growing up. Here, not so much. Here, we've got the what we call the Lidl influence, which Lidl stands for you can only buy a Lidl of that, a little bit. They have like 6 items on the shelf, like 6 bags of chips, and you can buy one. Or you can buy 1 gallon of milk. It's they're just not into the big shopping sprees. We get down from the OnlyFans to see Brian again, only in time to see everyone walk back up to sidebar. So the sidebar is continuing. All right. Speaking of someone who used to be a cashier, I don't mind self-checkout. Scanning isn't why I quit retail. The people are. The people are. You're showing your age. I am. But life was good back then. It was simpler. I tell you, it was simpler. I mean, how many grocery stores now can you get somebody who, without asking, just bags your groceries for you, puts them in a cart, and pushes them out to your car and into the car? It's becoming so rare that nowadays you almost have to ask for it at the few grocery stores that still offer that. Or you have to pay for it, or sign up through the app to have them do the shopping for you. But someone fixed his shirt. They did, because we probably called it out. Publix in the Southeast, they'll do it. Publix always offers. That's brilliant. Grew up on military bases. We had baggers. We would have to tip. Huh. Who knew? What is it? Was the BX? Was that the shopping place on base? See, I never had a access to the BX. As a contractor, I did not have military access, and because I didn't serve, I didn't think I should, but I did go there a couple times with some of my coworkers who were military. It's a pretty cool shopping place. They have everything. BX and commissary for food. Why does the self-checkouts in the USA still ask for a tip? Self-checkouts do? That's just wrong. That's just wrong. I know some gas station stuff will ask for a tip, which is just like when you go in the convenience store and you grab everything you need and you pumped your own gas and you like, I've got $10 on pump number 7 and these 3 bags of chips. And then it's like, well, would you like to tip? I'm like, no, thank you. I did all the work myself. Thank you. Appreciate it. Worked at Publix for 8 years. It's called 2 and 2. 2 hands on the cart, 2 steps towards the door. I'll help you outside with your cart. That's awesome. Service is lost nowadays. It's almost like the generation doesn't know how to fill jobs like that. But when I was a kid, when you had a job like that, you went out of your way to help. It was jump to help, jump to serve. And that was just part of the job. That is part of how you behave as an employee in a customer facing position. Nowadays it's more like, that's not my job. Nope, not me. Miss full service gas stations. I wrote a song about my grandpa and a guy who ran a full service gas station. His name was Ron Randall. Absolutely amazing. I think he's still alive. He's got to be like 100 years old. but he was special. Okay? He knew my family was struggling financially, and we were pretty poor growing up. Had to get a lot of help from neighbors and friends at times, and he knew our situation. And I'd be in the back seat of the old station wagon that we're driving down. My mom's trying to put gas in the tank, and she's got a, can we get $10 of gas type thing. And he would come over and he'd, how are you doing? And it was my mom, and they'd talk, and he'd start the gas pump going, and he'd wash the windows. And she's like, I just need $10, because that's all she had, right? And she can't go above that. And he's like, okay, $10 it is. And he'd go, and I'd sit in the back, and I'm watching, and it rings up, $15, $16 worth of gas. And he's like, all right, $10. And he'd take the money and just eat the loss. And I'm not sure if my mom knew, because it was, back behind the station wagon. She's parked up for ahead. But he was just that sort of guy, just amazing, and just with a smile the whole time. And just an amazing guy. It's making me, my eyes get sweaty thinking about it. Yeah, you don't see that anymore. Sadly, Ron and his gas station, it got shut down by the state because the tanks, the underground tanks, which have never leaked and never had a problem, they upgraded the code and said, now you need this special tank underground. And so they shut him down. They said, you can't sell gas anymore. And so he, when they were going to shut him down, he lowered his price to, it was something ridiculously low, like the price that he first sold gas at or something, and sold out the rest of the gas that he had just for dirt cheap. And then he still sits there in his service station. He still is open. He still has 2 service bays. And this place looks like it was built. It's a cinder block building with the old garage doors you have to lift by hand. And he still sits there, and people still come in, and he'll do a little diagnostic and check, and he can change a tire or something like that. But this is taking a long time on the sidebar, and I'm getting nervous. Change to please. Something's happening. There's a fight over something, and I wish this was happening in open court. Marcia, we're waiting to hear what's going on in court. We've just been staring at the ceiling, and Brian is staring at the sidebar without much of a reaction at all. He's very intent. I think the outcome of this sidebar might be... That's a concerned position for Brian right there. Touching the face. I'm guessing defense is not winning this one. Brian seemed concerned about what he can see at the sidebar. Do you think he changes his plea? Are you saying he can't change his plea? I think he can. It was some self-soothing. He's shifting. That could be a sign of discomfort. A little fidgeting. Debbie, I have not been to the post office yet. I need to go and do that. I've got a couple Christmas cards, though. I just haven't got yours yet. Thank you. I just watched a couple. Look at his hands. He's now picking at the fingernails. Just think of when you do these sort of behaviors. These are times where you're nervous. Yeah, this is not a good look for Brian. He's not happy about what he's seen up there. It's definitely nervous type behavior. I'm not a body language expert, but I know a guy. Dr. G for starters. Yes. You can change your plea pretty much at any point. That sound you just heard was Mrs. R.A. sliding a basket of laundry down our wood steps, or stairs. It's a beautiful sound. It's like bowling with laundry. don't think it's anything with the jury. If this was a jury issue, the judge would have called the juror in to talk to them, and we haven't seen anyone stand up for the jurors yet. Can't think of a better name. Member for 10 months. Question. Karen Reed was able to listen to sidebars in Massachusetts. Why can't Brian? I don't know. Did Karen go up to the sidebars? It's possible that it could be a judge's preference. It's possible that Brian said, I'd like you just tell me what happens. I don't want to be up there. Josh says, I'll give 20 memberships if this is a plea change. I'm that confident it's not. Yeah, I don't think it is either because they brought in paperwork, a single sheet of paper. Could be judge's discretion on that. There is the whole Brian, the charge was much more violent, where it's a safety issue for the judge or the prosecutor, where it's not for Karen Reed, nearly to the same extent, considering what they allege what happened. Is Brian shackled? No, they actually take the shackles and the handcuffs off, so he's completely unfettered. Is that the right term? Red pen, did I use that correctly? Unfettered as he sits there. It's important because the jury should not be able to see him in any sort of restraints, because mentally the association of the restraints and guilt can be a jump they make. Untethered would work too. Yes. The collar's getting a little tight. It's actually loose, but our legal pad scribe is writing furiously. Lockbox, one of the first times I'm actually on time for this trial. It's starting late. We're almost 35 minutes late for court today. The jury's probably waiting in the wings. I don't know who the lady is to the left side. If somebody can do a little research. I mean, you don't have to take her picture and scan the internet or something, but if somebody knows, I am curious, because she is in the well area. Oh, there's stand for the jury or stand for the judge. We go to OnlyFan and chain. Look at the chain. Chain has a power cord in it. Is that a light that hangs from that one? They have a lot of fans in that courtroom. Could be a paralegal. Don't think it would be a law student. It could be a paralegal who is a law student. OnlyFan has a chain. It's getting spicy. Okay. We're consulting the Oracle or the web on this one to see if anyone in court might have some indication of what's happening. Let's see. Seeing who is there. Sue O'Connell is there. She was not posting verbatim testimony. The sidebar was requested by Larry Tipton, Brian Walsh's defense attorney. Looking for any comments on this. If you guys see anybody who is in the courtroom is giving some good analysis of things we can't see, let me know. We'd love to follow them and give them a shout out. lot of digital coverage. See, the Boston Herald might be there. Got nothing. Nobody knows, and if they do know, they're not talking. Well, we can only speculate then. Whatever the legal matter was, it seems to have been resolved. Sidebar's over, but judges off the bench. Lawyers are back at their tables waiting for jury so we can begin testimony. The judge being off the bench is a strange part of that. From Bob Ward. Thank you very much. Because normally the judge is there before the jury. So it's a possibility that a juror member is late because of the weather, if that's an issue up there. But if the jury was here and they were waiting for the jury, the judge would be present in the courtroom. The judge is there before the jury. So if she goes back to her chambers, there's a possibility she's looking at something or making a ruling, possibly a written ruling or something she has to consult her, her law books about before a little research before she makes the ruling.
The apocalypse may be upon us.
One guy said that Brian's suit was too sticky and he pitched a fit until they let him wear the sweater. I don't know if we have any insiders that could confirm that. Bob Ward from Boston 25. Thank you very much, Camilla, for that. We'll keep an eye on his Twitter. Yeah, going back to the office is basically I need to do some research on this one, either on the Westlaw or maybe phone a friend, which is illegal. A judge can phone a friend saying they've got another judge over there. It's like, hey, Judge Canoni or whoever it is. I just know that's another judge in the area. I've got this situation. Can you offer any insight? They cannot say, how would you do it? Or what should I do? They can't do that, but they can call and say, help me here. Am I seeing this correctly? But they can't have the other judge make the ruling. Thought they had to take Brian Walshe out if the judge was off the bench. That is the policy. We don't know if he's out or not. Maybe the judge will call in. I'm thinking that's probably a no. If the judge did call in, I can tell you I wouldn't answer during court. It's just not right. I don't trust people who don't watch It's a Wonderful Life at Christmas. Maggioni is in federal and no cameras in court. Right. I wish. Is this too much to wish? I wish that would change. Like legislatively, I wish that the transparency into court would be something that the legislature said this is important and we're going to change it. Not so you leave it up to the judge and, if they choose to do it, you can. But by default, cameras are allowed unless the judge can specifically, in these very limited situations, say why they should not. Federal and all the states. And how does the federal make rules that apply to all the states? Because the whole separation. All they do is say, you don't have to do this, but we'll only give federal money to those states that do. And boom, the states comply just like that. They want the money. Cameras should be in every court but juvenile court. I understand why it's not in divorce court. like generally. That's just, I just don't like prying there. Okay, we're now 41 minutes late on the start. Texas and Arizona might not comply. They're outliers. There are lots of CPS and family courts that are streamed on YouTube. We see some of them in our, Judge Wolf and things like that. Some of our smaller courts. Watched 8 Crazy Nights last night. I'm fed up with the coercion action of withholding money. Well, all they need to do is not take it. But basically, it's a principle of life. If you're getting money, you're getting it for something. If your boss is giving you money, you're doing what he wants, so you get the money, or she wants, so you get the money. It works the same way with the states. But I do think they shouldn't take it in the first place. So I'll one up you there and say the taxes are too high. They shouldn't take it in the first place. It's our money. We should decide where it goes. Miracle on 34th Street, good Christmas story. National Lampoon, Christmas, Die Hard, and A Christmas Story. I'll go with the last one, A Christmas Story. You'll shoot your eye out. That's going to be my favorite of those 3. Christmas with the Cranks the other night. Love Tim Allen. Fun fact, It's a Wonderful Life bombed at the box office, being released after World War II ended. People thought it was too depressing. It was only later that it became a classic. Who was going to watch Die Hard for Christmas? I'll skip that one. Reverend Beasy. We're going to go watch Nutcracker. Super excited. We have a family friend, a family that's friends with our family. How do you say that? We have some friends whose daughter is absolutely phenomenal in ballet and performs in the Nutcracker. And we watched it last year, and they gave us tickets once again this year to go watch the performance. And it's incredible. It is. Let's put it this way: you dress up. You dress up to go there. You don't show up in your shorts and a t-shirt. It's an amazing production, and this is not your average high school production. It's pro level, and the dancing, and the costumes, just unbelievable. Yes, it was really. I mean, I knew it was good. I'd seen it before. I knew it was good, but this is. I don't. It's something. It's like going to Broadway. It's incredible. Okay, Bob Ward, help us out. What is going on here? Whatever the legal matter was, it seems to have been resolved. No updates in the last 10 minutes, so nobody knows. Yeah, I think the family friend, the daughter of the friends, is I think she's a mouse. So she's in the Mouse King. I'm not sure if she's the Mouse King, but she's a mouse this time. Has anyone else mentioned Elf? Like Buddy the Elf? That was a good one. suspense is killing us here. Just trying to get started for the day. We feel we're hanging in there like the chain, but could the judge be talking to the jury in the jury room? No. That would be inappropriate for the judge to do that. The judge can't talk to the jury members on her own until after the jury either is hung or reaches a verdict. And then she'll go and thank them for their service and everything. But it would, and it's not that she would do something wrong. It's that it might look like that she would do something wrong. It's the appearance of something bad. So if she needs to talk to jury members, it will be done in the presence of both counsel. Not a proffer that we know of yet. Gut feel. I don't think it's a plea deal. I don't think that's a plea deal. That wouldn't take the judge, let me go back and think about it, because you can change your plea at any time. I think what we have here is the state or the defense has found something. They say there's a problem either in the past or upcoming with the state's evidence. And either we should change a ruling about what's about to come in, or that's now introduced a problem into court that needs to be resolved. This is my guess as to what happened. It could be that a witness was on social media, a state's witness, or something like that. You can't plea on first-degree murder? What? You have a right to a jury trial. It's not a requirement to have a trial. Well, mandatory sentence. You might be right. It says the defendant generally cannot plead guilty to first-degree murder because of the mandatory sentence is life without parole. It does say that pleading to first-degree murder is rare / impossible. In essence, while you can plead guilty to murder,
It's also over here.
the system steers towards jury conviction.
All right, I'll see you back up here.
Oh, my goodness. Judge has done her research. Mr. Tipton bringing his Christmas gift for the judge. I don't know what he has in his hand. Oh, it's his iPad. We're now approaching 50 minutes. Emily Jane, thank you for that. I don't understand it, but you seem to be correct, which means you do. Go up and find Midge Jung Han's comments. Showing the defense the photo of the hatchet, which has already been shown to the jury. We have no idea what the sidebar is about or what is holding up the court, but the parties are all going over something with the court reporter and earlier one of the prosecutors. Okay. The tag's back. Yes, Koberger did. It's a state thing. It says the system pushes towards a jury trial. You can plead guilty to murder, but the system steers towards jury conviction for first-degree murder due to its finality, but accepts pleas to lesser degrees of murder as a common resolution. Which could mean that it's possible that Brian wants to plead guilty, but can't. And has to go through this process, even though he didn't want to have a trial. But then you're in the interesting position where his lawyers have to defend him and have to offer a defense. This is crazy. That means he could take the stand and say, yeah, I did it. Yep, it was me. The lawyers can't throw the case because it's their job to represent him and defend him, and they can't say, our client's guilty, you should find him guilty, because then that's not effective assistance of counsel. So they have a moral and ethical obligation to defend a client who possibly does not want to be defended. They also can't lie, right? Well, you can't mislead the court. On your, the questions they ask have to be in good faith. There's a lot of defending you can do as a defense attorney with a client who looks very, very guilty that is still ethical. Don't think that's what's happening. I think they're contesting evidence that was shown to the jury or something. Tipton is a fighter. I think you're right. Something about the hatchet. But sure is taking some time. The judge doing some research, and this is sidebar number 4, I believe, for the day. Can he refuse to testify? Yes, you have the right to remain silent. That is a right that carries with you no matter what crime you commit. You also have the right to a jury trial, and you have the right to speak in your own defense. 2 of those rights, the right to remain silent and the right to testify in your own defense, are mutually exclusive, and you have to choose which one you want. But it's a decision that only Brian can make. His lawyers cannot make it for him. If his lawyers say, don't testify, there's no way you should testify, I'm counseling you not to testify, and he says, I choose to testify, he gets to testify. Defense does not have to do anything because they don't bear the burden. There are a couple cases or a couple situations where the burden does shift, right? If you were to be presenting a self-defense case, that is an affirmative defense, meaning you have to assert that defense, present some evidence to the fact that this was self-defense. And then as soon as you've done that, as soon as you reach that threshold, which is not very high, the burden then shifts back to the state for them to prove that it was not self-defense. So there's a couple situations like that where the burden shifts. An affirmative defense would be like that. An alibi, for instance, you have to be able to you have to assert that. They'll just get started and then have a half-hour break. Lucy, all you missed are 4 sidebars. And the judge going back to her chambers and coming back out. The jury has not come out yet, not once. Brian has fidgeted a lot, and we watched the fan. And I've told you stories about an old man who pumped gas for our family at a gas station. And it was unrelated, but we could have watched that video Josh has for us. Yep. Yeah, we need to know. We need to know what happened. But more importantly, I think he needs to testify so that his defense is not lying to the jury, saying, you will hear evidence that Brian pushed Anna out of bed. We talked about self-checkout in Christmas movies. Speaking of Christmas time, we have given away, I think it's only 10 plates of cookies so far to local friends and family and people from church and that. I told you about fishing in Norway. Yes. Let's see. Did anything ever happen with the candy thief? No, we got the ball back, and that's as far as it went. Here we go. Okay, finally, people are taking their seats. We're going to call the jury, I believe. The leather-bound iPad returns back to the defense table.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
We're ready for the jury.
Can I get a new one? Mr. Tipton, you want this back? Yes, please.
What is it he is holding? What's in your hand? It's definitely the hatchet. Hot mic. Do you really think that they care? Came to response. That was from the state. Defense made a big fuss about something. Do you really think that they care?
That's good.
That's a funny hot mic. I think the defense probably won that, whatever it was that just happened. Defense pointed out a flaw.
Clark, do you have the list?
Jurors entering.
1 hour late. Here we go. We're going to zoom in on the, I guess, her nice burgundy jacket, though. Jurors will be asked those 4 questions, and then we're going to pick up where we...
Here. All persons have induced the Honorable Justice Diane Fournier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Ron here, give your attention, you shall be heard. Let's have the call of the Massachusetts in this Honorable Court.
Turn off your cell phones.
Turn off your cell phone.
Good morning, jurors. Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. We'll start today, as we do every day, with the questions. Were you able to comply, jurors, with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Be able to comply with my order that you not access any social media or go on and take in any news media? Yes. And you still all have open minds. Thank you, all jurors. For the record, all jurors answering in the affirmative to all 4 questions. We can have the witness back on the stand.
The witness on the stand is Matthew Sheehan. He's a Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab Criminalist 3, I think he is. He talked about the blood spots in the basement, the DNA test of the knife, and other related items. The witness remains under oath. Please don't hit the microphone.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes.
You may proceed, Attorney Tipton.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm going to return to the home in a minute, but I want to ask you some very specific questions about some of the specific evidence that you testified to yesterday. Yesterday, you were asked about Exhibit 248 that you described as white powder residue on the portion of the rug that was labeled 16-7. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And this white powder residue, that has nothing to do with what we were talking about on cross-examination about this white coloring or discoloration up in the second floor bedroom, correct? That's completely different.
Yes, completely different.
And I think I heard you say on direct examination that the white powder residue on Exhibit 248 had been sent out to another unit?
Yes.
Examination?
Correct.
And was that the arson unit of the?
Yes.
And right now, as you sit here, do you know what that white powder was?
Yes.
And what was it?
From what I recall from the report, it was baking powder.
Okay, it's baking powder. And Mr. Sheehan, you've seen photographs of the rug that was found impeded in the dumpster area, and you've seen photographs where there are additional clumps of what appears to be baking soda or some other substance, correct?
Correct.
And if you know, on those other portions of the rug where you see those clumps, is it your assessment that that's also baking powder?
I don't know. It was not tested.
You would agree, wouldn't you, with me, Mr. Sheehan, that throughout the home that was searched in Cohasset, that not only was there certain items seized that may have been opened, for instance, bottles or containers found in the basement, but there was also items that appeared to be never opened or ever used, correct?
In regards to what bottles? What bottles are you talking about?
Well, I'm actually talking about some of the cleaning items that were located in the basement, the mops, brooms, buckets, pails, some of those having the label of Lowe's. They didn't appear to have been used for any reason.
Correct.
And so, if you recall, you testified yesterday about a cabinet that was up above the refrigerator in the kitchen, and you said that in that cabinet there was a knife and also a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, correct?
Correct.
And was that hydrogen peroxide that was found in that cabinet up in the kitchen above the refrigerator, had that been opened?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So it's fair to say, without going down an exhaustive list, that there were numerous items found in Cohasset that had apparently never been used for any purpose. They were still, in, for lack of a better phrase, brand new, unused condition.
From what I recall, but I didn't specifically look at each and every item.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in an investigation like this, you're looking for red-brown stains because you told us on direct examination that you were looking for blood, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in no report that you wrote did you ever use the phrase blood spatter are anything similar to blood splatter, correct?
Correct.
And so it's fair to say that you did not determine that what you saw anywhere in the house was indicative of blood spatter evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And if you can, sir, can you tell the jury briefly, or in your own words, what you consider to be, as a forensic specialist, blood spatter evidence?
Blood spatter in general is blood in flight.
And it results from somebody, perhaps, stabbing someone with a knife, and in the movement of the knife, blood evidence flies off the knife and spatters onto a surface, correct?
Yes.
And then when you see blood spatter, then you would analyze it, and you would look for directionality and things like that to determine the directionality of the blood flowing from an instrument, correct?
I wouldn't be doing that. It would be a assigned bloodstain analyst. It would be done in the lab, however, just not by me.
All right, and I apologize. I really wasn't implying that you would do it, but in describing what blood spatter is, you would agree that that's what some analysts that may examine biological evidence found at the scene, that they would analyze it in that way. They would look for directionality and things like that.
Yes.
And there was nothing in this home that you're aware of that could be described as blood spatter evidence.
That is correct.
You were also asked questions yesterday on direct examination about luminol toward the very end of the direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you gave a brief definition for the jurors of what luminol is, correct?
Correct.
You saw no evidence of any container that had contained anything like luminol in the Cohasset home, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, you have no evidence that luminol was ever used in the home in Cohasset by anyone, correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you something a little bit about this testing, the instrument that you used for testing. Yesterday you referred to swab K in Exhibit 216, photograph 1066. If I could have, if you don't mind, Exhibit 216, Ms. Gilman. And those are the swabs that you would then use, that you collected from some of the basement floor stains, the A through G, correct?
Yes.
And could I now have Exhibit 217, photograph 1067? What we saw yesterday is, that is a Ceratec instrument, so to speak, that the Mass State Police uses to then analyze something like a stain you would find on the floor, like you did in the basement, to determine if it was blood, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury, when you talked about screening tests and confirmatory tests, was that the screening test or a confirmatory test?
This is the confirmatory test.
Now, there are certain protocols that you, as a forensic analyst, have to use the Ceratec product, right?
Yes.
And without going into it, I think it's fair to say, and you tell me if I'm wrong, whenever you used that instrument, you used it correctly, didn't you?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to believe that the results that you relied on in testing the biological evidence in this case, that the evidence that flowed from this Ceratec instrument was erroneous, correct?
Correct.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that these instruments are very sensitive, correct?
Yes.
And the protocols actually suggest in using this instrument that you shouldn't use a liquid that is undiluted because it may overwhelm the instrument. So you dilute it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the sensitivity of the Ceratec HEM instrument that you used, by the way, HEM, H-E-M, does that stand for hemoglobin?
It is I believe so. I'm not sure if it stands for hemoglobin or not.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. That is the substance of the blood that this testing instrument is testing for, correct?
Yes.
And it's sensitive to the point that it can determine the presence of hemoglobin at the quantity of 20 nanograms per milliliter. That's what it says in the protocols, right?
It sounds correct. I would have to review the protocol.
Okay. And just as I'm going to look for that, I'll just ask you this. 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm correct, aren't I, that a nanogram is 1/billionth of a gram?
Yes.
So 20 nanograms is simply 20 billionths of a gram, correct?
Correct.
That is, and I'm not a scientist like you, but that's a pretty small amount of substance, isn't it?
Yes.
It's something that you can't even see with just your plain old eyes, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that in checking this home for blood evidence, that you were using an instrument that if you swabbed an area of the home, you could detect the presence of hemoglobin if it only was there in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Correct.
And the only place in this home in Cohasset that you found anything of blood evidence of significance were those areas you told us about in the basement, correct?
Correct.
May I approach you?
You may.
You mentioned the protocols and that it sounded right when I said 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm just going to show you page 2 of the protocols. Just ask you to read it to yourself. And after having done that, if you could just look up and tell me you read it. You ready?
Yes.
So, having reviewed that document, do you recognize that document as protocols applicable to the blood testing instrument we've been talking about?
That is the protocol that comes with the Serocheck card itself. We also have internal lab protocols that we follow for the specific testing.
You will agree that the protocol that I just showed you, though, does specifically state that the sensitivity of this instrument is at 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes.
So, when you collect biological evidence at the scene at Cohasset, you're not trying to quantify what it is you're finding, correct?
Correct.
So it can be a very tiny amount, correct?
Yes.
And that tiny amount, and we're talking about something of 20 nanograms per milliliter, you didn't find anything even in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter in that upstairs bedroom we talked about yesterday, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say as we moved through the house, we didn't find anything, a minuscule amount of biological evidence of hemoglobin on the stairway, correct?
Correct.
Nor did you find it in the living room area that you examined, correct?
Yes.
Yes, no, you did not find it.
Correct.
That's fine, it's my fault. And you did not find it anywhere in the kitchen area, correct?
Correct.
So somebody can try to clean a floor, and somebody can try to clean a bathroom area. But if they leave something as small as 20 nanograms per milliliter of biological evidence, this instrument that you rely on could detect it, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
This is why I think that it was not a stabbing death.
Could I have
It was probably strangulation.
exhibit number 97, please?
Suffocation, poisoning, something like that. If you have time to set up your Dexter's laboratory, no, the Dexter
You see the rug
dismember
in Exhibit
room.
97?
You can keep it pretty clean.
Yes.
Is it your opinion that that rug is the rug that you testified to yesterday?
It looks similar, but I can't confirm if it is or not.
And do you recognize the room that that rug is in with the fireplace?
Yes, this looks like the first floor living room.
Okay, and that's the room that you examined, correct?
I did not do a full examination. It was one of those areas that I did a brief visual exam as I was walking through to the second floor and first floor.
All right, if you can take down Exhibit 97. Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. In any event, when you went into that living room, and whether you made a cursory inspection, and no one told you you could only spend a little bit of time in the living room, that's fair to say, right?
Correct.
You could spend as long as you needed to find whatever it was you were looking for, and that was blood, right?
Yes.
And you could have torn up the floor in the living room like they did up in the second floor room if you had any reason to believe that there was blood or biological evidence in that living room, correct?
Correct.
And you could look for what we just talked about, blood spatter evidence on the fireplace that you see in Exhibit 97. You could do all those things. But what happened was when you went through the living room, you saw nothing that gave you pause to look at that room for biological evidence other than walking through it, looking, and then moving on to another area, correct?
Correct.
And that rug that is seen in Exhibit 97 lying on the floor, there was simply no evidence on the floor area in front of the fireplace that there was any biological evidence of any significance. And when you, right, let me cut that off, right?
Correct.
And when you were examining that area, and was that on January 9th or January 8th?
January 8th.
So when you were examining that area on January 8th, that rug wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
So that entire floor was in plain view, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it'd be pretty easy, wouldn't it, for you or any one of your colleagues to examine that particular area of the floor to see if there was any biological evidence on the floor where that was happening, right? And you testified yesterday extensively on direct examination that there are numerous parts of pieces of rug that you examined, and you told the jury about the red-brown stains you saw on that rug and those pieces, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever, as one of the forensic scientists involved in this case, did you ever piece together the fragments of the rug that you testified to yesterday?
I did not. That would not be my unit if it was requested for analysis.
Do you know if anybody did in the Mass State Police crime?
Not that I'm aware of.
I want to turn your attention now briefly to the knife that you testified to yesterday that was found in the cabinet above the refrigerator, okay? And if we can have Exhibit 201, please, Ms. Gilman. Once again, that's the cabinet, correct?
Yes.
And inside that cabinet, you found a knife, correct?
Correct.
And inside that cabinet, we see various items, including boxes, what appears to be bottles of hydrogen peroxide.
Yes.
And we also see can you tell the jury what they see in the right side of Exhibit 201, another container with a red label and white lid on it?
That is hydrogen peroxide wipes.
Okay. And were those wipes also in apparent brand new condition? They hadn't been opened?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could we have Exhibit 202, Ms. Gilman? And if I may, do you know, Mr. Sheehan, if then when someone was taking this photograph, if that is the exact condition of how the knife was found?
Yes, it is.
And that was after someone removed, and I say someone like one of your colleagues, they removed that bottle of hydrogen peroxide and those wipes.
Yes.
You told us yesterday that there was a screening test conducted on that knife, correct?
As well.
Yes.
But there was no confirmatory test, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say then that you, as you sit here today, you can't tell us whether whatever you characterized as screening test results as possible blood, you don't know if it's blood or not, do you?
That is correct.
And since you didn't do a confirmatory test, you certainly can't tell us that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that on item number 1-8, which is the knife, exhibit 215, that you otherwise didn't see any visible stains, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say, if I understand your testimony from yesterday, that on this knife that was found above a refrigerator, you neither saw any visible stains, red blood stains, and you don't know what it was on the preliminary screening test, whether it was blood or not, correct?
Correct. It was only a screening test positive.
And if you know, Mr. Sheehan, that sample that you collected from that knife was never subjected to any further testing.
Correct.
So there is no evidence whatsoever that that knife had any biological substance on it, like blood, at all, right?
Aside from the positive screening test, no.
But the screen test doesn't tell us it's blood.
That is correct.
If I could have, Ms. Gilman, exhibit 208. Yesterday, you see that photograph, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And you described that as the bottom basement step in the Cohasset home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how that step came to become broken, or however you want to characterize it?
I was notified that someone, when they were doing a preliminary search around the house, had stepped on it and it broke.
Okay. And so you don't know if it was cracked before that person you just described actually then completely broke this stair, do you?
I don't.
You have no idea, as you sit here today, what condition that stair was in when it then thereafter was reported as being broken by, I'm just going to say, one of your colleagues or one of the Mass State Police people?
Correct.
But you did say that there was a blood stain that's indicated there on the bottom piece of wood lying on the concrete floor.
It was a red-brown stain. I did not do confirmatory testing in the lab on this one.
Okay. So we don't know if that stain is indicative of blood or not.
It is indicative of blood, but so it had screened positive, but no confirmatory testing was done.
Okay, but you can't, it could be blood though.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, Mr. Sheehan, that who specifically from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, other criminalists, were there examining the home on January 8th and January 9th?
On January 9th, briefly, Davis Gould was there before he had went to do the Volvo and to do the examination at the trash collection site.
And also, do you know a trooper named Stephanie Devlin?
Yes.
And she was there, correct?
Correct. She's assigned to the crime scene services section. She's the one that took majority of the photos.
All right. And she was involved in also not only taking the photos, but was she also involved in conducting and assisting in conducting latent print examination?
Yes.
And who else was there?
I would have to refer to my notes. There was a large amount of people there from both the crime scene services section and the detective unit.
Do you know of anyone named Sullivan?
Heather Sullivan?
Well, there's two, I guess. Heather Sullivan. Tell us about Heather Sullivan.
She was assigned to the crime scene services section, and I believe she was the one who took photos of everything at the trash collection site.
Okay. Are you familiar with any other Sullivan who was a trooper that was at the scene examining the home at Cohasset?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. And could you just estimate, as the best you can from your memory, how many people from the Mass State Police were there examining the home? Let's start on January 8th.
I would approximate about 10.
Okay. And how about January 9th? Once again, we understand it's an approximation.
I'd say about 15.
And it's fair to say that both on January 8th and January 9th, that those people were there for all day doing their work, correct?
Correct.
And their work included looking for any evidence and examining every single room in that house for it, correct?
Correct.
When you differentiate between the crime lab and crime scene services, can you just briefly, once again, tell the jury the difference between the two units?
So the crime scene services section is essentially the sworn division of criminalistics. They do all of the testing for fingerprints and any type of impression evidence, as well as documentation with both photo and video. We are both criminalistics and crime scene services are under the umbrella of the crime lab.
So they're trained professionals with combined years of experience looking for any and everything that could be significant in the investigation of a case, correct? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you're working with groups like that, number of people, 5, 10, is it fair to say that when you get together at a crime scene or where you think a crime was committed, you collaborate, you talk with each other about what you saw or what you might not see? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in the course of an investigation like this, you would then review perhaps your colleagues' reports or their notes so you have a better idea of the entire scope of the investigation.
Correct.
And you rely on those reports, don't you, to be accurate and to reflect what was found at a scene, correct?
Yes.
And so there's something called field notes that you and your colleagues fill out, correct?
Yes.
And those field notes are handwritten, correct?
Yes.
And what you do is and tell me if I'm wrong, you fill out specific things in handwriting as you're making observations or shortly thereafter, and then later on you take those handwritten notes and you put them into a typewritten report, correct?
Correct.
And those field notes are included in the file and the case-related file, the criminalist file, the CSS file, regarding a particular case like this one, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, I asked you if you were aware of the fact that in one or more rooms, if baseboards have been removed to examine a particular room, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize. I implied that it was one of your reports. You said, I don't remember that.
I believe so.
But it's fair to say that, based on your review of your colleagues' notes of examining this Cohasset home, in fact, the notes, and field notes, and the reports do indicate, at least in some instances, that baseboards of certain rooms were removed as you and your colleagues were searching for any evidence of biological evidence.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
The side of the bench, not the sidebar, the side of the bench. You have an objection here. Objection is he said it's fair to say too many times. I think Mr. Walsh picks at the safety seal on his water bottle.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
There is a limit to how many times you can say, okay, now that's just wrong. He has a flip top water bottle and he's unscrewing it to drink off the, it has a flip top.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
See, I'm trying not to adjust his volume constantly because this witness is so loud. He has a loud voice and he's talking right into the mic. And so if I turn the volume up for Mr. Tipton and we get a quick answer from the witness, it's going to blast your eardrums out. I'll do a little better, though. As you sit here today, is it fair to say, true? There's one more. There's one more. That's
Is that correct?
Is that correct?
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
I think
Shouldn't be a long sidebar. We still have PTSD from the True.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Back. He probably also puts the toilet paper on the roll upside down. Okay, we're back. Quick sidebar. I think the state won on that one, I think, from the look on Mr. Tipton's face. He's going to move on to another topic.
Judge, before I ask this next question, I think maybe I come to sidebar.
Yes, you may.
Judge, I'm about to go somewhere where I'm pretty sure you're not going to let me go. So let me ask you first.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
We've had so many sidebars today. All right, so here's what we're not going to find out if he gets asked the question or not, unless we pay attention in this way. If he comes back to his book that he's opened, his binder, and he just asks a question, then it's allowed. If he comes back to the binder and he starts flipping pages, it was not allowed. That's how I'm going to determine whether or not he wins or loses this one. This is the most frustrating and annoying thing about jury duty. All the good stuff is done quietly on the other side of the room. Did you see her face? Yes. But this is the right way to do it. The judges prefer this. I think they would have preferred to have the discussion all in one go instead of the long breaks. I mean, we've only had 15 minutes of questioning, maybe 20 minutes of questioning this morning, and we're already, we're half an hour away from our half-hour break. The judge would rather hear it at sidebar than have it come out in court and have it be a problem, right? It's easier to keep the genie in the bottle than put the genie back in the bottle. So he's trying to not open the door to anything. I don't think it's an opening the door issue here. I think it's more probably relevance. Look at what Mr. Tipton's been doing. He's been focusing on the things. Look at what's not in the picture, right? This is his everything he's doing. Look at what's not in the picture. Look at what you don't see. Look at all the areas you didn't find evidence. Wow, your tests are really, really thorough. So if there had been anything at all in this area, you would have noticed it, right? Yep. Okay. Wow. And you didn't find anything? This is his MO, but that's only allowed so far. I mean, you can only distract as long as it's relevant. And I think he's bordering on the irrelevant. We had more time at sidebar than with testimony. He will no longer be on schedule now. Is Diana Walshe in the courtroom? I've heard no and yes. I do not know. We saw her before the trial started. Once it really started, then no. But I think there was a day that she was there. But if witnesses are sequestered, she shouldn't be there if she's going to be a witness. Oh yeah, he knew that there would at least be an objection to this one. And judges don't like ruling in advance. Like, I'm not going to give you a ruling before we get to that point in the trial, but in this particular situation, they will give a ruling saying, Judge, I'm about to ask this question. And defense or the prosecution would say, and I'm about to object because of this. And the judge says, yeah, let's not go there. Next question. Ooh, he's smiling. Does he get the question? He does. He's smiling. He
Mr. Sheehan, you told us a moment ago that you do collaborate with your fellow colleagues at a scene like this.
Yes.
And that you do review their reports and their notes so you get a better picture of the entire scope of the investigation, correct?
Are we correct, Proctor?
And you said you acknowledge that you know who Trooper Devlin is, correct?
Correct.
And did you, in fact, review her reports in conjunction with all your other colleagues' reports specific to the examination of the home at Cohasset?
Yes.
And
that's the foundation.
It would be pretty important, wouldn't it, Mr. Sheehan, for you to look at something in this particular home, Cohasset home, on January 9th, and it would be important to you to know that that's something like discoloration on the floor that you observed on January 9th had not been observed there on January 8th. Would that be important to you in assessing the scope of the evidence that was being looked at?
In regards to my examination, I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you recall reviewing Trooper Devlin's notes regarding whether the discoloration on the second floor bedroom was not seen on January 8th?
I would have to actually review her notes again. I definitely reviewed her report, but in terms of her actual field notes, I did not review.
I ask for the court's permission to approach the witness with the report.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Yeah. Judge says, wait a second, because the witness just said, I did not review his notes. I did read her report. I think it would be appropriate. You could refresh his recollection with her report, but not with her notes. Does that make sense? Because he never saw him before. He doesn't have any knowledge of that. He's going with tampering with evidence. Did we get Trooper Devlin? Let's see. Looking back, we're on witness 31 right now. I don't think we got anything from Devlin before. I don't think she's testified. I don't have her on my list.
You may.
Larry! I love the whispering in this case. He's required to show prosecution anything he's about to show the witness. They're like, let me have a gander first. Okay, we're good.
I'll find it. May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, I'm showing you a 2-page report. Can you just tell us if that report indicates whose report it was?
Yes, it does.
And whose report is it?
Trooper Stephanie Devlin.
And that would be one of the reports that you just told the jury that it would be one of the reports you'd review in the context of the investigation you did.
Yes.
And I would ask you, if you would, sir, to read to yourself this second numbered paragraph. Just read it to yourself and then look up and tell us when you're done.
All right, so we're looking for information about a blood stain on the floor that was found or observed at one point but not observed earlier in the investigation.
Okay.
Does Trooper Devlin's report indicate that the discoloration that was observed on January 9th was not observed on January 8th up in the second bedroom?
As to that form sustained,
Does the content of that second paragraph of Trooper Devlin's report refresh your recollection about whether the discoloration in the second floor bedroom upstairs was not seen on January 8th, but was seen on January 9th?
In terms of her report, I did not visualize the bedroom on the first day, so I can't say for certain if it was there or not. I would have to go by her report.
So her report does not refresh your recollection?
Correct.
Correct. That shut down that line, at least with this witness. So is Trooper Devlin, Stephanie Devlin on the defense?
I want to focus now your attention on what was described yesterday as dark gray slippers, item number 9-27. If I could have Ms. Gilman exhibit 230.
This is a very experienced witness.
You recognize that, don't you, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And that is an item that has been marked as 9-27?
That is correct.
And you described for the jury yesterday that there was red-brown stains on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Top and bottom, correct?
Yes.
And you went into some detail on direct examination describing how you took pains to try to collect samples from the interior of Exhibit 230, item 927, to try to find, quote, skin cells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were purposefully trying to avoid collecting red blood cells, or collect samples from what you perceive to be red blood cells. I'm sorry, red blood stains.
Yes.
You actually used the word control. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did use the phrase to avoid, quote, cross-contamination, correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by cross-contamination?
During a sample collection, if there are visible red-brown stains in an area, I would try to avoid that when collecting for potential recovery of skin cells. Knowing that these red-brown stains could be potentially blood, I wanted to avoid combining a skin cell collection with a blood collection.
And what was the purpose then of trying to collect, quote, skin cells, epithelial cells?
The skin cells themselves would help identify a person who would have been using the item or wearing them, how they would normally be worn.
And you have no direct knowledge of how of who these slippers are, do you?
I don't.
And you have no direct knowledge how any of the red-brown staining came to be onto this Exhibit 230, do you?
I don't.
And do you, in fact, know, Mr. Sheehan, exactly where these dark gray slippers were found?
I don't recall which trash bag, but they were recovered from the trash collection site.
And so do you know what specific bag these slippers were found in?
No, I don't.
And I'll just ask this. We understand. You then can't tell the jury what other items were found in the same bag that these slippers were found in, correct?
Correct. I would have to review the case file.
You are aware of the fact that a number of bags, black bags, were found at a dumpster site in Peabody, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go to that dump site?
I did not.
And you are aware of the fact that there was a compactor. Aside from the dumpster, there was a compactor that was also searched that resulted in the bags being found, correct?
Yes.
And a compactor is different than just a dumpster bin. It's a compactor that pushes items and condenses them into a smaller physical size so it can collect more trash or garbage or debris, correct?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that when you're concerned for cross-contamination, and you were taking pains, as a forensic analyst would, to try to avoid cross-contamination, it's fair to say that when things are put into a bag and compressed by a compactor, they are pressed together with whatever else is in that same bag, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
And so when they are pressed together in a compactor, they are pushed together and they can then be cross-contaminated, correct?
Objection.
You can answer it.
Correct.
And so when you look at these items as a forensic analyst, and you did so, when you see something like hair that may have been attached to an item like the slippers, you have no idea if that hair was on the slipper when it was put into the bag, or if it came to be on the slipper because of the compression that resulted from being compressed by a compactor.
That is correct.
So I guess the next question is this. When we look at these photographs of various pieces of evidence, like these gray slippers, the dark gray slippers, and other pieces of evidence that you look at, the photographs are not representative of how that item may have appeared before it was placed in the bag, correct?
Correct.
As to that form, sustained.
The photographs do not depict how an item... The photographs that have been placed into evidence of certain items may not depict the condition that a particular item was in prior to being deposited in the black bag.
Correct.
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you very much. And yesterday you testified to some hair that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And
sorry, I'm trying to
with regard to exhibit
coloring
232, you examined 2 of the hair fibers that you found, correct?
Yes, from item number, I believe it was 9-18. Sorry, 9-28.
9-28,
Yeah.
yes. And one of the 2 hairs that you examined, you determined was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
And then the other
human hair
you examined was consistent with animal hair, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware, Mr. Sheehan, that, I've been calling you Mr. Sheehan. You're not a trooper, are you?
Correct.
Okay, so I've been right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I've been right.
Are you aware of the fact that there was an animal that also resided at the Cohasset home?
Yes.
During this period of time?
Yes.
And and are you aware of where this hair that you were examining, Exhibit 232, was found in the Cohasset home?
From what I recall, it was found from the trash area.
Okay. The trash area of Peabody?
Yes, the trash collection site.
Okay. And you also told the jurors yesterday about another exhibit of hair, Exhibit 250, correct?
Which exhibit is that?
That was a hair clump?
The item number was 16-12.
Okay, could we have Exhibit 250? Is that the item 16-12?
Yes.
And that would be Exhibit 250?
Yes.
And the hair found in this exhibit, what is that substance that we see in the photograph?
I do not know.
So it was never examined?
No.
And Of course, it'd be very important to determine if that substance that we see in this exhibit, if that substance that the hair rests on was skin tissue or anything of the sort, correct?
Visually, it did not have any visual similarities to skin tissue.
Okay. So there's no question in your mind, as a forensic analyst, that that has anything to do with someone's skin tissue. But as you sit here today, you don't even know what it is.
Correct.
And the fact that we saw an exhibit, and it's Exhibit 233. Could we have Exhibit 233, please?
The Cedric Simpson case we're supposed to record, that hasn't started yet, right?
This exhibit was indicative of Exhibit 232, and it's the hair that you described as consistent with human hair, correct?
Correct.
And it's the root section, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that a hair that contains the root, that hair falls out naturally, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's nothing to indicate nefarious about the fact that there is a root attached to this hair?
Correct.
It's just the fact that when you examine this, you examined it with the protocols that you use, and you made a determination based on its structure, as the term you used, that it was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
When you use that phrase, consistent with human hair or consistent with animal hair, what you're saying is you can't say positively that it's human hair, but it's consistent, correct?
With this root, you can confirm it's a human hair. If it did not have a root, it would have to be consistent with.
Okay. With regards now to these various items and tools that you testified to yesterday, and I'm talking about the hacksaw and the hammer and things like that, correct?
Yes.
All of what you told this jury, and without repeating belaboring all of that is, it's fair to say that you're unaware of exactly where those tools were found, other than they were found in that compactor dumpster area that you, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you're not sure what particular bags those tools were found in, correct?
Correct.
And so, even though you detected the presence of red-brown stains and determined that some of those stains had hemoglobin in them, you can't tell the jury how that biological evidence came to be on each and every one of those tools. You just can tell us there was biological evidence on those tools, correct?
That is correct.
And once again, the biological evidence that you detected on those tools could have been on any one tool or more, could have been deposited as a result of transfer, correct? Or, as you called it, cross-contamination, correct?
That is correct.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions about the testimony regarding a hatch that you testified to about yesterday, right?
Yes.
You did detect something that you described as greasy or oily film or something on that hatch, right?
Yes.
You never did examine what that greasy or oily film was, correct?
Correct.
You never did any further testing of anything on the surface of that hatchet with regard to the greasy or oily residue that you saw to determine if, in fact, it was an oily residue that was deposited on a tool to prevent it from rusting or things like that, correct?
The testing that I did was the screening test for blood, and it was in the same area as the hatchet head.
But other than that, other than trying to determine if there was a presence of biological evidence, you did not specifically try to determine what the greasy, oily residue was. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't, well, I shouldn't put it that way. You didn't take any effort to try to go to a particular store, find the exact same tool, and see if that tool contained a greasy, oily residue, did you?
I did not.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Redirect.
Briefly.
Let's talk about all the items that did have blood and where you did find evidence. You say you didn't find anything. You did find...
Mr. Sheehan, do you test all areas of a potential scene?
I do not.
Did you test all areas of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
No.
Why not?
I tried to identify the most forensically relevant areas and move from there.
And what are the reasons that testing could be negative?
It's possible that a particular biological substance was not present, and it's also possible that it was present at some point, was cleaned off, or it is present and to the point where it is not detectable by the tests.
So how does cleaning a house impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
If it was thoroughly cleaned, I would imagine the test results would be negative.
Does washing the walls impact your ability to find blood?
Yes, it does.
What type of cleaning materials would impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Virtually any type of cleaning material, bleach, alcohol, ammonia, anything, even water if it dilutes the sample to an extensive amount.
Would hydrogen peroxide impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Yes.
Are there other ways that blood can be destroyed or diluted?
Really any type of cleaning materials, as well as environmental factors such as extreme heat.
Did you test? Actually, if I could have published for the jury, Your Honor, Exhibit 21. Well, that's not the right exhibit. One moment.
We're grabbing Simpson's case right now.
Skimmin, we're looking for 7236. Photo 7236. Thank you. Do you recognize that room?
Yes, this is the living room.
And this is the living room from when you were there during the search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you recognize in front of the fireplace?
There is some looks to be a repair work around the brick, as well as a carpet.
So there was a carpet there when you were there over the hardwood floor on January 8th and 9th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is not the carpet that you tested in the lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what the objects looked like before they went into the bags that we just talked about, that you talked about on cross-examination?
I don't.
And do you know what the objects looked like if they went into the compactor at all?
I don't.
So do you know where those bags went?
The bags were, as far as I know, the bags were recovered from the trash site. I'm not sure where exactly they were recovered from before that.
I might have one moment.
You may.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Just a couple of questions. When you looked at Exhibit 21 just now, you said you could describe that fireplace as having what looked like a repair work, right?
Yes.
Did you examine it?
I did not.
Would you agree that also what's depicted in Exhibit 21 could be foam that's taped around the fireplace to prevent a small child from hitting their head on the corner of brickwork? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
The witness may step down. Jurors, in light of our late start today, I'm going to keep on. Everybody good? Thumbs up. You may call your next witness.
No half-hour break today. Trying to catch up.
Commonwealth will call Bryce Raymond.
Bryce Raymond. He's going to be number 32.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. Just watch your step for me.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Bryce Raymond, R-A-Y-M-O-N-D.
Could you please tell...
Bryce, B-R-Y-C-E.
Could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Penn State University and a Master's of Science in Biology from Tufts University.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 2 in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since June of 2019.
And can you please tell the jury your present duties in the DNA unit and the nature of the work that you do?
Yes, as a Forensic Scientist 2, I'm in charge with processing evidentiary items through our DNA lab processing, as well as interpreting and making any conclusions to known standards.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received at least 6 months of specialized training in which I read all the protocols and procedures at the lab. I attended lectures and took quizzes, as well as worked on mock evidentiary items through the lab processing. And at the end of testing, I take a competency test.
And did you pass that competency test?
Yes, I did.
So does your testing and training stop after that initial 6-month period?
No, every year we have to do at least 8 hours of continuing education in order to stay knowledgeable in the field.
And do you continue to be tested at the lab?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of testing is that called?
That's called a proficiency test.
And how does proficiency testing work at the lab?
Yeah, so twice a year we have to take a proficiency test to continuously show that we have the skills and knowledge in order to perform DNA analysis. This is given by an outside accrediting body, and when we complete our work, we send in the results to that accrediting body for them to grade.
And what are the results of your proficiency testing?
I have passed every one I have taken.
So approximately how many samples have you had the opportunity to analyze for DNA testing?
Approximately 2,000.
And have you testified before in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Does the Massachusetts DNA unit at your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, we do.
And who sets those protocols and procedures?
They are based on some accrediting bodies, such as the FBI, as well as validations that are done at the lab.
Well, you anticipated my next question, which is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, accredited?
Yes, we are. We are accredited by ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, as well as the FBI Quality Assurance Standards for DNA laboratories.
And what does accredited actually mean?
That means we are following a specific set of standards to make sure that the scientific work that we are performing is accurate and reliable.
And is that a national accreditation?
Yes, it is.
And does your work undergo any kind of review process?
Yes, all work goes under two different types of review processes, a technical review and an administrative review.
And is that review process required under the accreditation standard?
Yes, it is.
And so if you could just explain technical and administrative review, please.
Yes, a technical review is one that is done by a qualified analyst that takes a look at your work to make sure that you followed all the proper protocols and procedures and made sure that any conclusions you made are scientifically sound. An administrative review looks over the file to make sure there's no spelling mistakes, no grammar mistakes, all the pages are numbered and initialed, and other administrative things such as that.
And why is that all important?
That's important to make sure that we provide the best quality work that we can.
I now want to talk about DNA. What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic blueprint of life and what makes you, you. You inherit your DNA from your parents, so you get half of your DNA from your mom and half of your DNA from your dad. And no two individuals have the same DNA profile except for identical twins.
Is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, so whether we test blood, saliva, hair, skin, we should expect the same DNA profile if they came from the same person.
So what type of biological material can DNA be found in?
So that can be blood, saliva, skin, hair, sweat, urine, anything biological.
So can you explain generally the process that is used for forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, at the lab we have a 4-step process. The first step is extraction. This is when we break open the cells and collect the DNA. The second step is quantitation or quantification. This is when we can get an estimate of how much human DNA is present as well as how much male DNA is present. And that's so we can target an appropriate amount for the third step. And that third step is amplification. This is when we make millions and millions of copies of specific areas on the DNA and are fluorescently tagged. And then the fourth step is separation and detection, also known as capillary electrophoresis. This is when we put the DNA on an instrument that separates out the DNA by size and has a camera to detect those fluorescently tags. And that produces raw data.
And what is the goal of that raw data?
The goal of that raw data is to then be read by an interpreting analyst in order to interpret the DNA profile.
And what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile, so the specific areas that we are copying during amplification is called STRs, or short tandem repeats. That is just areas on the DNA that repeat different lengths for a person. So one person could have 5 repeats, another person could have 6. And it's the combination of all those numbers is what makes up a DNA profile.
So how many locations are you testing?
We test 26 locations as well as a sex determining location.
And what is batch testing?
Batch testing is what we do at the lab and is a common practice in forensic science, in which if many items need to be processed for the same lab step, one analyst will process all those items at once on the same instrument.
So why do you use batch testing?
We do that for efficiency, as it is better for one analyst to process, say, 50 items at one time on one instrument than 50 analysts trying to process one item each on the same instrument, one after each other.
Is there a protocol that you follow prior to retrieving any evidence to prepare your lab area to avoid contamination?
Yes.
So how do you avoid contamination?
To avoid contamination, I first put on protective personal equipment, and that can include a lab coat, a mask, a hairnet, and for me, a beard net. When I go to my lab bench, I also put on gloves, and I spray the lab bench with bleach, clean that off, and lay down lab bench paper before I proceed with any testing.
So why do you use bleach?
The bleach is to destroy any DNA that may be present on the lab bench.
And why do you use bench paper?
We use bench paper to prevent any contamination from items that I may be testing to be deposited onto the lab bench for the next person.
And why are you wearing PPE?
The PPE is also to prevent any DNA that I may touch to go over to another lab bench or any of my DNA to be deposited on the items.
And once your area is prepared, can you please tell us what you first did and what you first do with items that you're going to sample?
Yes, so for sample preparation, I get a list of items that have been selected for DNA analysis. I get those items out of storage in our secured walk-in room. I take that container of evidence back to the lab bench. I scan it into my custody and take a photocopy. I then open up the container, grab the items that I need, and put those aside ready for testing. I seal up the container with my initials and date and put the container away.
And did you work on lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I did.
And what did you initially do to prepare the samples for DNA analysis?
I did sample preparations on some items.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you specifically about samples. Did you prepare samples 5-1.1, sample from swabs of red-brown stained K on basement floor? 7-10.3.1, sample from the stained area C on the blade of the hacksaw. 7-10.4.1, sample from the handle of the hacksaw. 9-22.1.1, sample from stain A on white towel number 1 with red-brown stains. 9-28.1.1, sample from stained area A on apparent hairs. 9-31.1, sample from cutting of red-brown stain from piece of rug from bag number 5 from 300 Forest Street. Did you prepare samples from those?
Yes, I did.
So after preparing the samples, what did you next do?
After preparing the samples, I then did the first lab step of extraction.
And how did you do the extraction step?
Yes, to each of the tubes, along with the controls, I added chemicals to the tubes and put them in an oven, and that is done to break open the cells in order to free up the DNA. I then take those tubes and put them on an instrument that separates out the DNA and puts them in a separate tube in liquid form, and that tube is called an extract.
Did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
What equipment did you use?
I used an oven, and the instrument was an Easy One robot.
And how did you use the equipment?
For the oven, I just placed the samples in and took them out. For the Easy One robot, I put the samples on the robot and then programmed the robot with the proper protocol to use for the extraction and collection, and then got the tubes off of the robot when the process was done.
And I think you said that that is now called, well, what is that now called?
That is now called an extract.
Okay. And then what did you do next?
Next, I took a small portion of the extract, known as an aliquot, and put that into a separate tube and prepared that for the second step of quantification.
So now we're on step number 2?
Yes.
Okay. And what items did you do quantification for?
The same items that were previously mentioned.
And how did you perform the quantification step?
Yes, so for each of the aliquots, I put a portion onto a 96 well plate along with other chemicals. I then placed that 96 well plate onto an instrument, and that instrument does a series of heating and cooling, and that produces the data that gives us the estimation of DNA.
So I believe you just named the equipment that you used.
Yes, it is a real-time PCR system.
Okay. And so how did you use that equipment?
So I put the 96 well plate onto the instrument. I then used the computer program associated with it to say that to start the quantification process. And then after it was done, I collected the data off of the equipment and then put it on our computer drive.
And then what did you do next?
After that, I discussed the quantitation results with the interpreting analyst of this case, who is Saman Salim.
And then what did you do?
Then we came up with how to do amplification strategies for each of the items. And then once that was decided, I went forward with the third step of amplification.
So step number 3 is amplification.
Correct.
And what items did you perform amplification for?
Those same 6 items.
That we previously named.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you perform the amplification step?
Yes. For each of those items, I got the extracts, and I either used all of the extract or a portion of the extract to target an appropriate amount of DNA for testing.
Let me just stop you for a second. What's extract?
Extract was the product from the first step of extraction.
Okay. And now finish your answer. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. So for those samples, I added chemicals and put them into an instrument known as a thermocycler. And that also does a series of heating and cooling, which makes the copies of the DNA that are fluorescently tagged. And at the end of that process, the tube is now known as an amplicon.
And then what did you do next?
Next, after the amplicons were done, I then proceeded on to the 4th step of separation and detection.
And which items did you do the 4th step for?
The same 6 items that were mentioned.
So you did all the steps of DNA for those 6 items?
That's correct.
And how did you perform the detection step?
Yes. Of the amplicons, I took a small portion of each amplicon and put it on a 96 well plate, added chemicals to the plate. I then put that plate onto an instrument known as a 3500 genetic analyzer. I then programmed the genetic analyzer to perform the separation and detection. And then the instrument separated out the DNA fragments by size and with the camera detected those fluorescent tags.
And then what happens next?
After that data is generated, I take the data off of the instrument and put it on our computer drive.
And then what happens?
After I'm done, I let the interpreting analyst know that data has been collected, and I hand over any worksheets that I generated to them.
And who does the interpretation?
In this case, it was Saman Salim.
So you did not do the interpretation here?
I did not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Just a few questions. Mr. Rigg. Good morning.
Good morning.
And you've taken a lot of proficiency tests. You've passed them all, correct?
Yes.
You take pride in what you do, don't you?
Yes.
And you're running these machines, the analyzer and everything else, and you're running them consistent with the protocols that are required to be followed to run them accurately, correct?
That is correct.
And what you do is you depend on the fact that the samples that you get for testing are samples that will result in reliable results, correct?
Correct.
But what is your title at the lab?
I am a forensic scientist 2.
Okay. And are there forensic scientists 3 and stuff like that? Forensic scientists 1?
Yes.
Okay, but you're a 2, correct?
Correct.
And with your knowledge and experience, you would be, it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea where the samples that you subjected to DNA testing came from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you have no idea how they were collected, wherever they were collected from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you can tell the jury that at times when you conduct testing like you just described, the results will indicate that there are mixtures of different DNA in a particular sample, correct?
That is correct.
And whenever you get the results that result in a mixture, you can't determine, as a forensic scientist 2, or for that matter, forensic scientist 3, you can't tell how those two different substances came into contact with each other, resulting in a mixture, correct?
Our testing does not determine how DNA got onto an item.
And hopefully it's a simple question. Your DNA results do not tell you anything about what happened at a, let's just call it a crime scene, what happened at a particular scene or where they were collected, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Right. Leave the microphone, though. Leave the mic. Don't take that with you. Now we're going to have our break.
With that little extra bit, we'll take our morning break. We'll be back in 20 to 30 minutes.
All rise to the court, please.
20 minutes will take us to 11:42.
Follow me.
Josh did provide us a picture of a bio robot, Easy One. This is it right here. Let me turn on the manual focus. There we go. That's the bio robot. Apparently, you can buy them for $100 on eBay, used. Not sure if it becomes pre-populated with somebody else's DNA, but that seems ridiculously cheap. I'm not sure if that's good. If that's like a broken one or a stolen one.
Does anyone need anything?
Yes,
Could
Judge.
I bring one housekeeping order to Your Honor?
Yes.
Defense had asked for a potential voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, and he's going to be available here. So I thought before the jury comes back from the luncheon recess, we could do that brief voir dire, and I could call him as the next witness and order after that.
From the lunch recess or from this recess?
Well, I don't even know if he's physically here right now.
All right.
But,
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
yes, but I thought the lunch recess, I thought that he was going to be here either by 11 or 1. I just want to make sure he's in the building.
All right. Speaking of that, I'd like to talk to you about scheduling. Why don't I talk to you at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, why don't you stop using the bench like a crutch and just talk to us in open court? You can buy it and auctioned off as a business write-off for Ian Stream next year. There we go. We can do that. I bet it's a plastic 5-inch model. It sounds like things in a DNA lab should cost more than $100, right? If this is the key piece of equipment that is going to make or break a case, it's probably we probably want the better version than the $100 import. We are capturing what's going on in Judge Simpson's court right now, which is.
And where is that being held?
This one. So we'll go back and get to that in a little bit, but we are getting that. Let's see. Other than that, it's another picture of another piece of equipment they mentioned in testimony. Josh, I saw that one. How much does that cost on eBay? Can you bake in it? You can make muffins. Muffins and DNA samples, I think, are what it's limited to. And the muffins you have to be fit in little tiny test tubes. I want a robot that cleans my bathroom. I like the bathrooms that just like it's got the central drain and you can just go in there with the pressure washer and just all done, all drains done. Can I get one of those in my next house? Easy bake DNA oven. Sounds good. Are we on break? I missed it. Yes, we are on break for 20 or 30 minutes. It's a late start. So we're only 3 minutes into our 20 or 30 minute break. I am the robot that cleans the bathrooms with Blue Stars. I just get given the order and I have to clean the bathroom. The pay sucks. Now I want to make lab muffins. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine like just combining like a kitchen and a science lab? So one side of the kitchen they're growing culture samples, and the other side they're like, and here's one I made earlier. Yum. Bio robot. It sounds like a problem. It sounds like a movie about to, this is how the horror movie starts. Well, we had this bio robot and we told it to make copies of DNA. I've got a friend who, speaking of kitchens and cooking and live streams, I've got a friend who we were going to set her up with a live stream kitchen. She actually has a commercial kitchen in her house that she built on the wanting to do YouTube live streams of cooking because she's a fantastic chef. And she's like, I want to do this. This will be, good money and everything. But apparently a better offer came along, and now she's a private chef. And by private chef, she travels to people's homes, wealthy people whose names she cannot disclose, and prepares their meals for them. Very high-end meals. And sometimes we'll prepare multiple meals that can then just be taken out and heated or cooked, and sometimes it's like prepare each meal. But apparently that's where the money's at. Private chef. You just need a NBA player or a movie star to hire you to cook for them, and you got it made. All right, meal prep is a big thing. Mrs. R.A.'s double DNA cinnamon rolls. That'll convict you for sure. I want a private chef so I don't got to do the cooking. My stepmom was a gourmet chef. I miss her Christmas dinners, beef Wellington. Oh, man. Can you please say happy birthday to my niece, Josie? She's 3 today, and Grandma's watching us, too. Nana Mooney, happy birthday to your niece, Josie. Josie, 3 years old? That's awesome. Josie, on this channel, we do something. We celebrate birthdays, so we're going to sing really quick, a quick verse of happy birthday to Josie. Everyone join with me. Everyone all over the world, everyone who's watching this is singing to you right now. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Josie. Happy birthday to you. There you go. Happy birthday, Josie. Have a great third birthday. That's the best birthday, by the way. Your third birthday. It's a favorite of all my birthdays. Should be the favorite of you, too. I think we scared Josie a little bit. A little bit. I'm sorry. It wasn't. Any idea why I can't send super chats from overseas? I stopped working as soon as I left Florida. Don't know. I don't know. There must be some embargo on overseas super chats. Must be something political. Greeners was sent me some information that was not anticipated or wanted, which might cause problems for our live stream. Let me see. Solar flare. It's. Can we call it a solar flare up, or is that you have to use it? No, we don't want to call it a flare up. All right. The sun emitted a strong solar flare on December 8th, peaking at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time. It's classified as an X1.1. Solar flares can affect auto radio signals, power grids, and spacecraft. Direct hit coming to Earth. NASA's Space Weather Module. This is from Stephen Burns. Space Weather Module of the 8.1 M-class solar flare shows the bulk of the coronal mass ejection launched outwards, squarely hitting the Earth dead on. Big geomagnetic storm and aurora coming early December 9th. If you missed the Aurora Borealis in Florida last time around, this is your chance. Do we use audio systems, radio signals, and spacecraft in our stream? Yes, a little of all of them. Definitely on the radio signals, definitely on the audio systems, and a little bit on the spacecraft. Why are there so many solar flares right now? Should we be worried? No. Unless you're an audio signal radio or audio system radio signal or spacecraft. Unless you're attached to, an unreasonable amount of electronics. You shouldn't have any concern. If I start twitching a little bit and sparks come out of my ears, you'll know that the solar flare is hitting us. Can it flare down? It flared up right now. Solar maximum right now, 11-year cycle. Should I be concerned about pacemakers? I don't believe so. don't remember ever being able to see the northern lights before. I remember as a kid seeing them in the western states, mid latitudes. Sun is going through puberty. We've had a rough couple of years here. Yeah, it's a regular cycle. It's like boiling soup on the stove, and you let it sit too long, and suddenly it's boiling over. It's going to cool down. It'll get back to normal again, but then it will boil over again because we'll forget about it again. Cover everything with aluminum foil. It may cause sparking, but yes, it works. The sun's having a hot flash. Leave it alone. Someone needs to vent the lid. Yeah, so I guess let's see what's the weather tonight. I'm trying to see if I need to go out and film. Let's see. Quick check of the weather. Partly cloudy conditions expected around 3 o'clock. Wind gusts are up to 11 miles per hour. It's going to be freezing tonight. Like literally freezing. 32 degrees. Dropping down to 28. It's 11 here today. Suck it up, says Melboy. Oh, gee. I think I missed a couple comments here. I need to go back and get those, some membership milestones and such during our break. I think we had, let's see, Indy Cindy, member for 30 months. Oh, gee. Thank you very much, Indy Cindy. Can't think of a better name, member for 10 months. Question, Karen Reed is able to listen to sidebars in Massachusetts. Why can't Brand? I think that is a judge's preference, possibly. Virginia Little, another OG. 20 months to you. Happy 20 months. Been here longer, though. You have. Greeners gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Greeners, for that. Your generosity is amazing. Amazing. Current temp is 21 degrees Fahrenheit, says DMB Secondus. That is also cold and freezing. Those temps are normal in Wisconsin right now. It's really chilly. It's currently 28. I'm about to go out for a walk, says Cauliflower. I've stopped riding my bike as much when it gets cold. It's not as fun unless you wear pants. But cold weather, shorts on a bike, it's not as fun. And I just wasn't into wearing pants. So I'll bite. Why do you need hand-eye coordination to bake? Says Gally May. Why do you need hand-eye coordination to bake? Is this a like a dad joke? Or is it just a fact of life? I'm waiting for a punchline that does not exist. Debbie, the Creative Bee, says, love this family. Wishing everybody a happy holiday season. Thank you, Debbie. 33 months makes you an OG. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. It wouldn't be the same without you here, Debbie. We're getting a variety of fan shots today. We've had a number of fans, a number of different views. The photographer really branching out, showing his skills. Whopping 18 here, just in from clearing snow off the car. Not bad. No wind. Listen to learn. Thank you for that. It'll be negative 36 degrees Fahrenheit the week before Christmas. Where are you that it's going to be that cold? That is too cold. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that's not a punchline so much as a stark reality. What were you? I know this is morbid of me. What were you cooking? What did the recipe call for that made you want to add 2 fingers of anything? What were you doing in the kitchen? What was the? Please tell me it wasn't like chopped carrots or something. Pam Jams, member for 33 months. Hello from the frozen tundra known as Wisconsin. Pam Jams, OG. Thank you very much. Yeah, baking. Law is a good choice, Nicole. Law is a great choice. Fewer knives involved. Just trying to cut a cantaloupe for my son. Had 2 fingers of butter. Yeah. Of butter. That's amazing what they can do. They're just like, hey, oops, made it oopsie. It's not quite as easy as an undo button on a computer, but getting your fingers sewn back on with full use and feeling is, it's a science miracle, medical miracle. I want to get into making sourdough. Depending on the kind of law, there could actually be more knives involved. Yeah, you might want to focus on maybe business law. You guys are describing these injuries and surgeries, and I'm here complaining because I got a little owie on my hand, a little spot. It was my own fault. I was using my letter opener, so I had a little spot that I wanted to scratch with my hand, a little like a callus I was trying to take out. Well, I got the callus off. Now it hurts, and I cried a little bit. Sourdough will take over your life. Don't do it. Greeners, all healed. Yes, she kicked. I forget what she kicked. Was it the bed frame? I don't know what she kicked, but that was no fun. I'll trade your owie for my fractured L1. Oh, I would not be able to sit here and do court with a fractured L1 for sure. I'm so sorry. Goodman Law. Wow. It's a little much to read right before lunch, but it sounds quite traumatic. I love my sourdough. You feed it once a day and it bakes so nicely. Ari, have you been to Skylight Inn Barbecue? It was named best in state for barbecue. Yes, definitely. They're here in Ayden. And they've served presidents. No joke. Like presidents of the United States have been served Skylight Inn Barbecue. Not sure if they ever came back for seconds, but they did it. Classic Rock says, so you check the P.O. Box daily? I have not been as good about that, mostly because it's cold. So I'm astounded that this case is still going on in Judge Simpson's court.
That's what I get for the 6 months.
You don't have to point that out to me. I understand that.
We're still getting that, so we're getting the whole case, but I only have 34 minutes left on that card. Why am I recording in 4K? Holy cow. It needs to get over in 34 minutes or I'm going to run out of card space, and I don't have any more cards. Oh, wait, maybe I do. Whatever's on this card is getting deleted. Hope it wasn't something important. I'm going to do that on this drive instead. Hold, please. Menu, storage, format media, memory card, format. Okay, menu, and now I'll flip that back in there so it will default. All right, so now we're up to 1 hour and 13 minutes. Okay, we've got enough time on those. Will we make it to 1,000 likes today? There goes the wedding video. Oh, if only I hadn't done something similar to that previously. When I was filming weddings, I did lose a tape, and it's a terrible feeling because you can't recreate that. We have 754 likes so far today. If you haven't liked the channel now during this little break, is a great time to do it, so you won't miss anything. I need to go check the mail. I will go check the mail for sure. Not your wedding. No, it was someone else's. I was paid to do a wedding and messed it up. I once had like, you know those news reporters that investigate businesses? Like, oh, you're a fraudulent business. I once had one of those contact me. I'm like, why are you calling me? So-and-so called me to ask about their wedding video. I'm like, I'm still within the terms of the contract. I told them I would edit it in a month because of what they wanted. It will take 1 month to edit. It was like 2 weeks in and like, we haven't got our video yet. We're going to call the news version of the Better Business Bureau on you. I'm like, you're serious? They called to demand their video after 2 weeks when we agreed on a 1 month editing time? And they're like, they didn't tell us that there was a month. I'm like, well, I can send you the contract if you want, but is there anything else you need? I'm like, nope, that's all. Thanks. So it was awkward delivery, I can tell you that, delivering it to them. But it's like, why would you do that? And I even wasn't getting paid until the end. I got a little payment up front and most of it on the tail end. I'm like, now I hope they pay me for it, but yeah, that got me out of that business pretty quick. They did pay, by the way. And we didn't talk about the fact that they had called like the Better Business Bureau on me for doing what I said I was going to do. Can we see your wedding reception tape? We don't have a video of ours. We only did a photographer, not a videographer. I think it was the bride's mom that was upset. I think they wanted to show the wedding video at the wedding. That's what she wanted. She's like, well, your camera's there. Why can't we show everyone what you're filming right now? I'm like, well, it doesn't work like that. And we want everything. We want everything. And it's like, no, I contracted that I would give you a set length wedding video and it would be a condensed down from all the things I film. So I film everything, then I make the wedding video and it will fit in this and it's going to be use the music you asked and everything. And that's why the mom called on us. We had the camcorder all set up. No one hit the button. Whenever I get to watch between customers, it's always the only fan. It's always the only fan. We started this, 22 minutes ago, so we're maximum 8 minutes away, assuming the judge is on time. 8 minutes away from seeing a resolution here. How did the assignment you were helping with someone go with? That was recording a podcast. It didn't happen because she's not ready with her script. So she said, can we do it later this week? And I said, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be after 4:30. Because I work till 4:30-ish. So we'll find a time and run and record it somewhere. It's just like a 10-minute podcast, which shouldn't take more than half an hour. 60% of my dad's camcorder videos were lens cap left on. The worst is when you're holding the camcorder and you're watching, and then you go and you want to see with your own eyes instead of looking through the lens, and the camcorder just like pans off, and so it sees nothing and it's crooked or it's shaky or something. I have learned as a cameraman professionally, which I can say I did that for many years. I've learned to watch everything when I'm on camera. Everything I see is through the camera. If the camera doesn't see it, I don't see it, which is wild, because when you're like experiencing something that's incredibly intense and powerful, like a buzzer beater half court shot for its state championship, okay, and you're the camera on the court trying to capture everything, there are people going nuts around you, and you're trying to pick out stories and frame it in your camera, because if you don't see it with the camera, people at home don't see it at all. And it's been crazy being in the middle of just mayhem on the court as the fans rush the field, rush the court and everything. Love that sort of stuff. Town budget meeting, they're doing it on Wednesday, but I don't want to do it. If I film this town's budget or meeting this year, it's at a community center which does not have an audio system, so I would have to bring all my own mics, but then they would expect me to also bring speakers so the people there can hear, because right now it's just like a big gym that they're sitting in and no one will be able to hear. I would be able to hear just fine, but when I record just for live stream for me in that building, because I've done this before, the people are like, I'm talking into the mic and I can't hear, it's not on because I'm not hearing myself louder. So then I guess it's not working, and then they stop talking into the mic. It's like, people, why are they so difficult? My husband's a videographer and he wanted someone to film our wedding in RAW so he could edit it. Wow, large file sizes. Let's see. Yes, people. For our wedding reception, we got some pictures of the wedding reception, and fun little joke. My wife's friends growing up are a bit of pranksters, and one of them brought as a wedding gift, a toilet plunger, just unwrapped. It's like the wood stick orange cup toilet plunger with a bow tied on it. And then they went around telling people that there was a fire in the toilet plunger factory, and all the toilet plungers, the handles smelled like smoke. And so people were picking up the toilet plunger, sniffing it because of this story. Of course, there was no fire in the toilet plunger. He just wanted to see people sniff the toilet plunger, which is a super funny thing to do. But I didn't get any pictures.
You have a non-Mootlu witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call that witness.
Where's
I'll have the
Mootlu?
jury back in.
I'm sorry?
I'll have the jury back in.
My apologies. Do we have Mr. Mootlu? Jim? Mootlu?
No, you didn't hear me.
I'm sorry.
I asked you, do we have, maybe I shouldn't be so abbreviated with my words. Do you have a non-Mr. Mootlu witness ready?
Yes.
Let's call that witness and get the jury back in here.
Yes, Your
I've had a little lumpy morning and I want to continue keeping the flow.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need that lumpy flow to
they're still
continue.
sitting out on the bench. I'm not sure that they are. Could I have 1 second to check?
Sure.
Okay. What we have here, we don't want Mootlu because defense has to do either a proffer or a quick interview of Mr. Mootlu before he takes the stand. So we're getting somebody else that will take us up to lunch, and then during lunch, defense can do the whole proffer.
Let's get the jury back in. We'll do Mr. Mootlu over the break.
Yes,
and over that, I mean over the lunch break.
Yay, we get to do Mr. Mootlu over lunch. Whatever that means, whatever that involves. Not sure if Mr. Mootlu is excited about having Mootlu for lunch. Let's see who they're bringing in.
Would you like me?
Mr. Mootlu. I wonder if Mr. Mootlu has, had any contact with Brian after. Looks like Judge Simpson just finished that case, which was great.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Brianna Kiesel.
It's just on a break. Crap. Okay. Tell me when it comes back.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the court and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Brianna Kiesel, B-R-I-A-N-N-A. Last name Kiesel, K-I-E-S-E-L.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's in biology from Arcadia University and a master's in forensic science from Towson University.
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And what unit are you assigned to?
The DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
6 years.
And what are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
I am authorized in processing, interpreting, and reporting samples that were collected from crime scenes, as well as standards collected directly from an individual. I can also technically review other analysts' work when it concerns batch files, which we call files that have standards collected directly from an individual.
And do you have training for this position?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me about your training?
Sure. Our training is a minimum of 6 months, and during that time we have lectures, quizzes, and this all culminates into a final written exam. We also have a practical component in the laboratory where we take several steps for sample sets forward, and that all culminates into a final written exam, as I mentioned, and a final lab practical.
And did you pass that written exam?
Yes, I did.
And that's called a competency evaluation?
Yes, that is a competency, the lab portion of it.
And do you also have to take proficiency testing?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain that to the jury?
A proficiency test is an ongoing competency test where we have to take samples forward twice a year to prove that we are that we are knowledgeable and still performing that skill or method according to the laboratory's standard operating procedures.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
I have, yes.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
I have.
So I want to now talk to you about this case, 23-00596. Prior to retrieving any evidence in 23-00596, how did you prepare to process the evidence?
So once I was assigned the samples, I cleaned my bench space with bleach and wiped everything down, every instrument that I was using. And once that was done, I laid down a piece of fresh bench paper.
And directing you now to lab number 23-00596, did you work on items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, and item 9-27.3.1, stain A of the exterior left gray slipper?
Yes, I did process those samples.
And what work did you do on those two items for sample prep?
For sample prep, they were already prepared by our criminalistics unit, so I just went into a secure freezer area to retrieve the packaging. I removed the tubes from the packaging and just visually examined the items within the tube.
Did you also work on item 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, and sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit?
I did, yes.
And what work did you do for that?
Those samples I performed just like I previously mentioned, where I went to the secure freezer area, retrieved the packaging, removed the tubes from the packaging, and just observed the samples within the tube.
So you also just did the sample prep for that?
Yes.
Did you also work on item 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
So in this case, this item was still in a specimen jar. So I retrieved the packaging just like I previously mentioned, made sure the seal was secure as I did with the other samples. And then after that, I opened up the jar and sampled a few items from the jar and placed it into a tube for processing.
Things, I eat them.
So you actually had to make the sample for this?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how many samples did you make?
So this was 16-13.1. There were two tubes we referred to as 16-13.1A and 16-13.1B.
And did you do any further work?
No, that is where my work ended.
Okay. And where did the samples then go?
I then passed the samples off to Madison Frank for extraction.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down.
Thank you.
I'm capturing Simpson again. Looks like their break is over.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Madison Frank.
Madison Frank. Lots of people in this chain of the DNA custody, and we're getting every single one of them here. Eventually, we'll get the results we want, which is world pop or 28 zeros situations.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the court, spelling your name?
My name is Madison Frank. That is MADISON-FRANK.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic and Investigative Sciences from West Virginia University.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been employed there since October of 2019.
And what are your responsibilities?
As a forensic scientist too, I will perform DNA analysis on either known or evidentiary biological samples, interpret those results, and report out my results in a case file.
And have you had training for this position?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed the competency testing that was part of your training?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you now about items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, 9-27.3.1, the stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, 9-32.5.1, sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit. And 16.13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster. I believe I just gave you 6 of those samples. Did I mention 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior leg pant of the Tyvek suit? So those would be the 6. What work did you do on those?
DNA analysis is a 4-step process, so I performed steps 1 and 3 of that process on those samples.
Okay. And what are 1 and 3?
4.
Step 1 is extraction, and step 3 is amplification.
Okay. And how did you do step 1, the extraction step?
For extraction, I received the samples and I added chemicals to the samples and the controls, and then put them in an oven so that we can break open the cells to obtain the DNA. Then those samples will go on an instrument that helps to clean up the sample so that we're only dealing with the DNA and no other cell parts. Then after the extracts come off of the instrument, then I will take a small portion of that sample and I will put it in a new tube to be used for the second step.
And which instrument did you use or equipment?
An EZ1 robotic instrument.
Okay. And how do you use that instrument?
The samples will go onto the instrument in tubes, and then there will be new tubes where the samples will go through processing in the instrument to put out just the liquid and DNA portions of the sample.
And then what is that biological material then referred to?
An extract.
And what is that extract then ready for?
The extract is then ready to be quantified in the second step.
So did you do that second step quantification?
No, I did not.
Who did that second step for those 6 items?
Troy Adams did the second step of quantification.
And why is that?
We use a batching process when we are processing our samples so that it is a more efficient and streamlined processing.
And are you qualified to do all of the steps of DNA, the 4 steps that you described?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then did you do more work on this case with the 6 samples?
Yes, I also did the third step of amplification.
On all 6 of those samples?
Yes.
Okay. And that being 9-27.2.1, 9-27.3.1, 9-32.1.1, 9-32.2.1, 9-32.5.1, and 16-13.1. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you did the third step. And how did you do the amplification step?
So I took the extracts that were generated from the first step, and I took portions of those samples and added chemicals to the tubes with these samples, and then I put them onto an instrument called a thermocycler, and this will have the samples go through periods of heating and cooling, and this is to make millions of copies of the specific DNA that we are looking for to be able to visualize it in further down in our processing.
And which equipment did you use for that?
A thermocycler.
Okay. And then how do you use that equipment?
The samples just go on, they are in small tubes, and they will go on into small holes in the thermocycler, and then it is a metal plate that they are in, and it will go through different steps of heating and cooling.
And what happens next to the DNA process?
So the next step will be those tubes that just went through the heating and cooling, that those tubes will be used for the 4th step of separation.
And who did that step?
Troy Adams.
So you did not do that step?
No, I did not.
And did that end your work on this case?
Yes, it did.
I guess we need to hear from Troy Adams then. I thought she would be the one.
Any cross-examination? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a reason why it takes 6 people
Commonwealth
to
may
test
call its next witness.
one DNA sample?
Call Troy Adams.
Especially if half of the job is done by a robot? This seems like government efficiency at its finest. Why introduce all the possibilities for error with all the different people handling it?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the court, spelling your first and last name?
My name is Troy Adams, Troyadams.
Thank you. And what is your educational background, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree from Pennsylvania State University in forensic science.
Penn State.
And what is your current occupation?
So I currently work as an investigator for the Lehigh County Coroner's Office in Pennsylvania.
And how long have you been in Pennsylvania?
I've been in Pennsylvania for approximately 3 years now, 2 years working in my current job.
So prior to moving to Pennsylvania, did you work in a different field?
No.
Did you work for forensic sciences in Massachusetts?
Yes.
And can you detail your working history as it pertains to forensic sciences?
Yes. So out of college, I joined the Massachusetts State Police crime lab there as a DNA analyst. I completed all my training protocols and was tested for competency, and then I began performing casework on samples.
And then did you work for a different company in Pennsylvania as well doing forensic sciences?
Yes. After I left the Massachusetts State Police, I joined Quest Diagnostics as a forensic scientist in their toxicology division.
That's a big national
Just keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
Or bring the microphone to your mouth. That would work.
And have you had training for your position at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and also for your position at Quest?
Yes.
And have you had ongoing training as well?
Yes.
And have you taken proficiency tests?
Yes.
And what were the results of your proficiency tests?
I passed every proficiency test.
And do you have any certifications in your current job?
Yes.
And where are those from?
So I am certified as a national medical legal death investigator.
And how did you receive that?
So I received that after a certain amount of training at my current job, and then going through and taking a certification test.
I want to direct you now to when you were working in Massachusetts. Did you do work on lab number 23-00596?
May I refer to my file?
You may.
Yes.
And did you do work on items 9-27.2.1, a sample from interior of a dark gray slipper, 9-27.3.1, stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cup of a Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of Tyvek suit, 9-32.5.1, the sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit, and 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on those 6 samples?
So I performed the second and fourth step of the DNA analysis process, quantification and detection.
And can you tell us how you did the quantification step?
So I took a sample, I was given samples from the extraction step, and then I added a mix of chemicals and went through repeated processes of heating and cooling, which quantified the DNA.
And then the process was then next ready for the third step, is that correct?
Yes, it was ready for amplification.
And who did the amplification step?
I believe that was Madison Frank.
Okay. And after Madison Frank did the amplification step, what did you next do?
I took the products of the amplification step and performed detection.
And did you do the detection on those same 6 items that we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you do the 4th step, that detection?
I added a mix of chemicals and placed the samples on the detection analyzer.
And then what happened?
And then electropherograms were generated, which were then interpreted by the interpreting analyst.
And where did that data go?
That data was transferred to one of our servers at the State Police Crime Lab.
And did you do the interpreting or did someone else do it?
Someone else performed the interpretation.
Did you do any other work on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination of this witness? The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
How many DNA experts does it take to tell us world pop?
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Emily Oliver, please.
I don't remember another case that has this many people in the chain of custody after the swab was taken. Emily, you better have some answers for us because we're not going to put up with this ruse anymore.
Testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Right this way. The other guy had a binder. Clearly, she's not going to. She doesn't have any binder. It's got to be a different.
You may
witness.
proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the court?
My name is Emily Oliver.
And can you tell us your educational background?
Yep. I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in 2019.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a Forensic Scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since December 2019.
And can you please tell us your responsibilities?
So at the lab, I perform DNA testing on samples as well as DNA profile interpretation, and I write lab reports.
And what training have you had for this position?
So when I was first hired, I did an in-house training program that lasted over 6 months that involved testing mock casework samples as well as lectures and exams.
And you also have ongoing training?
Yes.
And have you taken competency tests and proficiency tests as well?
Yes.
And have you passed those?
Yes.
Prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So first,
Bleach.
I clean the area and all the tools I'm going to use with bleach, and then I lay down clean bench paper.
And how are you dressed before you work?
I have a lab coat, gloves, a face mask, and a hairnet.
And why do you take those precautions?
To prevent any contamination from myself onto the samples.
I want to direct your attention now to lab case number 23-00596 and asked if you worked on items 7-13.1, sample from area A on the head of the hatchet, item 7-13.2.1, sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stain. Did you do work on those items?
I did.
And what did you do?
So for 7-13.1, the head of the hatchet sample, I did the first 3 steps of our 4-step DNA analysis process, which is extraction, quantification, and amplification. And on the other 2 samples, I did the first 2 steps of our 4-step process in the lab.
Okay, I also want to ask you if you did any sample prep.
So I did, in the sample, It was more so just making sure I pulled the correct tube with the correct case number and item number from our cold storage room. It was previously prepared by someone else.
Thank you. Can you tell us what you did for the first step for the items that you did the first step for?
So extraction is the step where we add chemicals and heat to the sample to release the DNA from inside of the cells in the sample.
Okay. And which items did you do that for?
For 7-13.1, 7-13.2.1, and I believe it was 9-20.1.
Okay. So for all three of those, you did that. Okay. And did you use equipment for the extraction step?
Yes.
And what equipment did you use?
It's called an Easy One extraction robot.
And what is the biological material now referred to?
A DNA extract.
And what is it now ready for?
The second step, which is quantification.
And how did you perform the quantification?
So I took a small droplet from the extract tubes and put them into a new tube. Chemicals to that new tube.
All three of those items?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use equipment?
Yes. It's called a 7500 real-time PCR instrument.
Okay. And then what happened in the DNA process?
And after that, the samples go to the third step if they have enough DNA, which is amplification.
Okay. And for which items did you do the amplification process? Did you just do that for 7-13.1?
The solar storm's kicking in.
Why did you not do amplification for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
Just due to scheduling reasons, that was worked best for me.
Okay. So who performed the amplification process for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
My coworker, Mary Nagel.
Okay. So talking now about what you did do amplification for, item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet. Can you tell the jury how did you perform the amplification process on that item?
Sure. So I add, again, different chemicals to the extract tubes and put it onto an instrument that creates millions of copies of these specific locations on the DNA that we're looking at.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a thermocycler.
And what happens next in the DNA process?
Are we being trolled?
The last step is the separation and detection step. And that after that last step, we have the DNA profile.
And did you do that fourth step, the detection step?
I did not.
And who did that last step for 7-13.1?
My coworker, Yoli Bregu.
We've got at least two more DNA people to come in to say the same thing. We're doing Mary Nagel or?
Go right ahead.
And first off, Oliver. I didn't hear your name correctly.
Oh, Emily Oliver.
And do you have a title?
You can just call me Miss Oliver, if you'd like.
Miss Oliver. Can you tell us, Jerry, a little bit something about your knowledge of inhibitors that might affect the amplification of the work?
Sure. So different materials in the environment can kind of limit the reaction and which could affect the DNA profile that we get in the end.
And can you just tell the jurors what are some of the known inhibitors of DNA amplification?
So dye from blue genes can be an inhibitor. I don't recall any others off the top of my head.
All right. The fact of the matter is that the DNA molecule is a pretty robust molecule, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that things as common as oil and things like grease, they don't inhibit the amplification of the DNA molecule in this testing, do they?
I'm not sure.
What about the quantities that you're dealing with? Is it fair to say that the quantity that you're amplifying can be measured in nanograms?
Yes.
And what's a nanogram?
I believe it is, so it's just a very small number. I believe it's 1 times 10 to the negative 12.
So is it fair to say that it's about a one billionth of a gram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And what about a picogram? Can you define a picogram for the jurors?
It is a slightly larger number, but still a very small quantity.
Okay. And in the amplification process that you just told the jurors about, what happens is that you separate the alleles from the molecule, the DNA molecule, and then you amplify those alleles, and then they reunite into a molecule, and a DNA molecule, and then your machine and apparatus that you use, it's able to process it and give a result, correct?
Correct, and that's mostly referring to the fact that DNA is a double helix, kind of looks like a ladder that's twisted, and it becomes single-stranded during part of the process, and then comes back together again.
All right, and finally, you're familiar with the term electrophoregram, correct?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury what an electrophoregram is?
So it's just a graphical representation of the DNA profile, kind of like an EKG. There's a bunch of different peaks that correspond to the DNA. That's a printout that we get and that we look at the end of our testing.
So in the State Police Crime Lab, when you look at the electrophoregram, does the analyst interpret the peaks to determine the results of the DNA testing, or is it another piece of apparatus that does the analysis of the electrophoregram peaks?
So we put our electrophoregram through a program called Gene Mapper that does help the interpretation, but a person is still looking over the profile.
All right. So is it fair to say that in the State Police Crime Lab that the final call, so to speak, the final determination of what is or isn't interpreted as DNA, that's done by the analyst, not by the machine?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Rinse, wash, repeat. Mary Nagel, are you up next?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth will call Mary Nagel.
Mary Nagel's up. So we've had Bryce Raymond, Brianna Kiesel, Madison Frank, Troy Adams, Emily Oliver, and Mary Nagel today. All who have handled some of the evidence in the lab to basically make millions of copies and use the robot.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please sit.
Just watch your step.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the record and just spell your last name?
Yep. My name is Mary Nagel, Nagle.
And what's your educational background, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry, Cell and Molecular Biology from Drake University, as well as a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences from Boston University.
Can you just pull that microphone a little bit closer? Thank you. And what is your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 3 years.
Can you tell us your responsibilities?
Yep, I am capable of performing all of the lab work as well as reporting and interpreting single source profiles and writing up other reports as well.
What training have you had for this position?
I underwent a 6-month training program that included lectures, exams, and about 50 mock samples for lab practice.
And did you pass the exams that you during your training period?
Yes, I did.
And do you also have ongoing training?
Yes, I do.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have to take proficiency tests?
Yes, we take 2 proficiency tests a year.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab case number 23-00596, did you do work on item 7-13.2.1, the sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on those items?
I performed the 3rd and 4th step of the DNA analysis, which is the amplification and detection process.
And how did you do the amplification step?
For amplification, I was made aware of which samples to process from Emily Oliver. From there, the samples were set aside in a tube, and I took whatever amount was needed specific to that sample item and added chemicals to that. The samples and the chemicals were then put on an instrument that went through a series of heating and cooling, and this process makes millions of copies of that DNA.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, for that it is mostly just the heating and cooling instrument that is used, and then the pipettes and tubes and instruments like that as well.
And then you said you did the 4th step detection?
Yes, I did.
And which did you do the detection for both of those items that we previously discussed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that?
So after the 3rd step amplification, the samples are in smaller tubes, and a small portion of that sample is then loaded onto a plate with another set of chemicals. That plate is loaded into an instrument to run, and that instrument then detects the DNA and produces a profile for interpretation.
And did you do the interpretation?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
That was Saman Salim.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions of this witness? You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to speak up. Ms. Nagel?
Yes.
Just have a few questions for you. Once again, there are certain known inhibitors that affect the ability to amplify the DNA molecule, correct?
There are, yes.
But there's not very many.
Correct.
Because it's a robust molecule, correct?
Right.
One of the inhibitors is, interestingly enough, the blue dye that we see in things like Levi's, correct?
It can be, yes.
Okay. But it's not something like oil or grease or things like that. The molecule doesn't get broken down by oil and grease and things like that, correct?
Correct.
And if bleach is used on an item that contains DNA and the bleach breaks down the molecule, that molecule will not properly amplify using your equipment.
It will still be amplified, but parts of that DNA will probably drop out at the end of it, but there is still usually DNA at the front of that profile.
When you say at the front, you mean that the shorter alleles, after the molecule is broken down, the shorter alleles will amplify, but the longer alleles won't because they were broken down by the bleach.
Correct.
And when you look at the results of their amplification, a trained analyst can see that the longer alleles didn't amplify properly, and they may conclude that something like that particular sample might have been affected by bleach or something like that, correct?
We do not look into what could possibly affect the degradation, but we are capable of seeing the fact that the DNA profile will begin to slowly drop in what is present.
Okay. Thank you. One other question. Am I correct in saying that a nanogram is 1/1000th of a gram?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that a picogram is 1,000th of a nanogram?
A picogram would be 1/1,000,000th.
And when you're using the quantities that you're using to get the results that you complete in the lab, we are talking about quantities in nanograms.
Yes.
Tiny, tiny amounts, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Your one question became 5 very quickly.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Who is witness number 38?
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Yoli Bregu.
The whole DNA, Massachusetts State DNA Crime Lab is here to testify. She brought a bag and notes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Right this way.
Counsel, can you hold up for a second?
Hold up. Hey. Why are we holding up?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your entire name for the record?
My name is Yoli Bregu, Jolibregu.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Boston University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences, also from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been there?
Since June 2019.
Can you tell us your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
Sure. I perform forensic DNA analysis on evidence samples submitted to the lab. So my typical workday consists on processing those samples in the lab, doing the data interpretation, making comparisons with the reference samples, writing reports, testifying in court as needed. I also do administrative and technical reviews.
And what training have you had for this position?
So in addition to my education during my master's degree, I followed a forensic biology and forensic DNA analysis track. And then when I got hired, I was trained at the Massachusetts State Police, specifically in the DNA unit in forensic DNA analysis. The training consisted on lectures, reading of relevant literature, laboratory experience with practice samples, data interpretation, written and oral exams, followed by competency tests.
And did you pass those competency tests?
Yes.
And do you have ongoing training as well?
Yes, we have ongoing training. Every year we are required to take at least 8 hours of continuing education, which is offered in forms of seminars, webinar, workshops. We usually take more because there's more offered through the year. We're also required to read at least one scientific journal article relevant to our field.
And you have to take testing as well?
Yes, we have to take proficiency testing every year. They are taken twice a year.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I have passed the proficiency testing required throughout my employment. The last one is still in the grading process.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
I performed the fourth step that is used in forensic DNA analysis, which is detection.
And how did you do the detection step of the DNA process?
So I took the samples from the analyst who had done previous work, Emily Oliver. I prepared those samples, mixing them with the required reagents. Then I loaded them in our instrument that does the detection, known as genetic analyzer, and I started the run. And that's where my role ended. After the run is done, the data is saved automatically in the computer and can be imported by the interpreting analyst for data interpretation.
Did you do the interpretation
here? Job.
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
Salman Salim.
All right. Who's the next witness? Any guesses?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
Just a couple.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
What is a PICO, whatever?
Yes.
Did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
A couple of questions. You're familiar with the term in the context of DNA testing, allele, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the allele is, why don't you just tell the jury what?
The allele is a variant of a DNA fragment that is amplified during our third step. So it's a person has two alleles, one they inherit from the mother and one from the father.
Okay, and the allele then is the section of the DNA molecule that is then looked at once you've separated the molecule, and it's the part of the molecule that then gets amplified, correct?
Yes.
And so if you have an allele that repeats at a certain locus on the DNA molecule, then you may be a particular type at that particular location on the molecule, depending on how many repeating alleles you have.
It's how many repeats are within the allele. So the allele itself is the entire fragment, and within that alleles, there are we call them short tandem repeats. There are repeats, they repeat themselves different numbers for different individuals, and that's what it's assigned to an allele. How many times the fragment repeats itself within the allele.
And people can have the same repeats of alleles in the molecule, but generally speaking, they don't have the same number of repeating alleles across the molecule at various different loci.
Yes, correct.
And the loci is just plural for locus, right?
Yes, the loci is the location of that particular allele in the DNA molecule.
In the testing that was done in this case, you're using 26 different locations plus the sex area.
Correct, yes.
That's an eligible.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness?
No redirect.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Well, we're a little shy of 1 o'clock. Early lunch, Judge? What do you want to do? Do we want to call Saman Salim?
You, the judge.
No.
Days ago, I told you, and I think I read you another stipulation, but I'll remind you, a stipulation is just an agreement between the parties, and I'm going to read you now an agreement that the parties have made. This is a stipulation regarding DNA samples of Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
Why do we do all this
Reads as follows. On May 9, 2018, FBI Special Agent Tyler Delorme obtained a DNA sample from Brian Walsh. Special Agent Delorme brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was placed into evidence storage. Also on May the 9th, 2018, FBI Special Agent Matthew Riportella obtained a DNA sample from Anna Walsh. Special Agent Riportella brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was also placed into evidence storage. On January 10th, 2023, Special Agent Kristen Koch took the sample of Anna Walsh and the sample of Brian Walsh from evidence storage at the FBI headquarters in Boston and brought both samples to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. The samples did not leave the custody of the FBI until Special Agent Koch submitted them to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for testing. That's Exhibit E for identification.
That saved us like 7 more witnesses, right?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Karen Jacobson.
Karen Jacobson. Not Salim. Mr. Salam Salim.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Watch your step for me. Further.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please give us your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Karen Jacobson. That's KarinJacobsen.
And if I could just ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
Sure.
What is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently employed as a forensic scientist 2 within the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been there?
Since August of 2021.
And what are your duties?
I'm responsible for receiving items of evidence associated with known individuals, taking them through the 4-step DNA process, and making those DNA profiles available for use in comparisons.
And what is your educational background?
She replicated the known
I have
samples.
both a bachelor's of science in forensic science and a master's of science in forensic science from Bowling Green State University.
And do you have specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us about that training?
The training program within the DNA unit is at least 6 months long. It consists of lectures covering all of our protocols, literature readings covering current and historic methodologies, laboratory processing of at least 50 mock samples, and all of this is wrapped up with a competency test.
And did you pass your competency test?
Yes, I did.
And have you also had ongoing training?
Yes, I have.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And have you passed your proficiency training?
Yes, I have.
I want to ask you about lab number 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this case?
The DNA testing process is 4 steps long. I performed the 2nd step and the 4th step for 2 items.
And what were those items?
These were items 13-1.1 and 13-2.1.
And what were those?
These were the DNA saliva collection kits for Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, respectively.
Okay. So how did you do the step 2? That be the quantification step?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
In the 2nd step, quantification, I received a portion of the extract created in the 1st step. I applied a set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that goes through cycles of heating, cooling, and this produces an estimate of the amount of human and male DNA present within each sample.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was that?
This is a 7500 real-time PCR machine.
And who had done the previous step?
The previous step was performed by Katarina Stashin.
Okay. And why didn't you do that step?
We batch our samples in the laboratory processing for the sake of efficiency.
Okay.
We haven't heard from Katarina
and
yet.
Then when did you become involved again in this process for these samples?
I then performed the 4th step, separation and detection.
Okay. And can you please tell this jury how you did that 4th step?
So the same person, Katarina Stashin, performed the 3rd step. I received the product produced in the 3rd step from her. I applied another set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that separates each of the copies of the DNA by size. And then with the help of some special software, it turns it into a visual representation of the DNA profile.
And did you use any equipment?
Yes, I did.
And what equipment did you use?
This was a 3500 genetic analyzer.
Okay. And then what is the data next ready for in the process?
After the data is reviewed, it's ready for use in comparisons.
Okay. And who did the interpretation and comparison here?
In this case, it was Katerina Stashin as well.
And did you do any other work on these samples?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Cross-exam? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Is there anyone we have not heard from yet who worked for Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA department?
Commonwealth may call its next
Just
witness.
come on in if it's you.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
Katerina, of course. Why not? Now I know why you have 100 witnesses on your list. Half of them are DNA Crime Lab. Katerina Stashin.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me.
Thank
Step
you.
all the way. A little bit further. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell your whole name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Katerina Stashin. First name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And what is your current occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently a criminalist in the biology section at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab located in Reno, Nevada.
And can you please detail your work history as it applies to forensic sciences?
I was previously a forensic scientist in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for about 3.5 years, from 2021 to earlier this year, 2025, when I got the opportunity to move back to Nevada to be closer to family and pursue a job still as a DNA analyst.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received training at both the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and at my current job in Washoe County. In Massachusetts, I completed an approximately 1-year-long training program that consisted of reading scientific protocols, scientific literature, textbooks, all on the topics of forensic DNA analysis. I also took written exams and oral exams on those topics. I also practiced sets in the lab, both for laboratory processing and for DNA interpretation. Put together practice case files, wrote reports, did comparisons, and all of that training completed with a competency test, of which I passed. And then at Washoe County, I completed an approximately 6-month-long training course due to my experience, where I also did review of scientific literature, textbooks, protocols, practice sets, writing practice reports, performing comparisons or interpretation, et cetera. And that also completed with a competency test, of which I passed.
And have you also had proficiency testing?
Yes, I have also completed proficiency testing.
And have you passed those tests as well?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency testing that I've taken so far.
And have you testified in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So what is a single source DNA profile?
A single source DNA profile is a profile that originates from one person or one contributor. And you can identify this in a profile. Just by looking at the profile, you can see how many people are in there.
And what is a known standard?
A known standard is a sample that's taken directly from an individual. For example, a sample from somebody's mouth, a saliva swab, or a blood sample. It's taken directly from a person to be used for comparison purposes.
And how is a known standard developed into a DNA profile?
A known standard will go through the 4 four-step laboratory process to result in a DNA profile that can then be used for comparisons.
And the four-step process is what?
The four-step laboratory process for DNA analysis is extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection.
So prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So when you first get into the lab to do any of those steps, you're going to clean your lab bench. So that involves using a bleach spray to wipe down your area. You're going to clean all of the equipment, utensils, your pens, pipettes, any equipment that you're using. And then me as a person or any lab analyst, you'll be wearing a lab coat, a face mask, a hairnet. You're in full PPE, wearing gloves, changing gloves frequently.
Why do you clean your area and wear PPE?
We do this just to keep everything perfectly clean, or the cleanest that we can, just to help the integrity of the evidence and help produce the best possible profile.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to Massachusetts Case Lab 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on the known standards in this case?
I performed the sample prep, the extraction, and the amplification on the known standards in this case.
And did you also do interpretation on this case?
Yes, I also reviewed the profiles that were obtained from that process and made sure they were able to be used for comparison purposes.
So I want to ask you about each of the things that you just told us about. So were you working on 13-1 and 13-2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those?
Those were the known saliva standards for both Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe.
And so what was 13-1?
13-1 was the known saliva standard for Anna Walshe.
And what was 13-2?
13-2 was the known saliva standard for Brian Walshe.
And how did you do the sample prep for 13-1?
So both of these samples were known saliva samples, so a swab from the mouth, and I just cut up the swab and placed the cotton part of the swab into a tube, a labeled tube with those item numbers that I said.
Okay, so that's what you did for 13-1, and then did you give it another number?
So once I cut that swab off, it then became 13-1.1.
And so did you do the same thing for 13-2?
Yes. So then the cotton that got cut off of the whole swab became 13-2.1. Okay.
And then after you did that sample prep, what did you next do?
Then those samples went through the extraction step of the process.
And how did you do the extraction step?
So extraction consists of adding chemicals to the samples and going through heat variation to help break open the cells present in the sample and release the DNA that is present, and then that DNA is isolated.
And did you use equipment for that?
Yes.
What equipment?
An incubator was used for that heat variation that I mentioned, and an Easy One robot was used for the extraction part, meaning that after it sat in the incubator with the chemicals to break open the cells, a robot is used to isolate that DNA from the rest of the cellular debris left behind.
We need the robot to
testify.
testify.
You told us about sample prep and step 1. Did you do the next step, step 2?
No.
Why not?
It's just based on scheduling at the lab who was assigned to do what step that day.
And who did that next step?
The second step of quantification was performed by Karen Jacobson.
We just heard from her.
Were you qualified to do all of the steps?
Yes.
And so what did you next do?
I next did the amplification step, that third step I mentioned.
And how did you perform the amplification step?
So amplification is the third step, and this is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain fragments of DNA. So this is done by, again, adding certain chemicals and going through heat cycles to make these many millions of copies of DNA, because we're usually working with a smaller amount of DNA. You need to make a lot of copies to make it visual and able to be detected.
Did you use equipment?
Yes.
What equipment?
We use what is called a thermal cycler, and this is the instrument that performs those heat cycles needed to make the copies.
So did you do the next step, the fourth step?
No.
Who did that?
Karen Jacobson also performed the fourth step of detection.
So then what did you do next?
So after that full laboratory process was completed, I looked at the data that was produced from those 4 steps, and both items resulted with DNA profiles that I reviewed and made sure were acceptable to be used for DNA comparisons.
Get an answer
And could
here?
you visualize a single source?
Yes.
Okay. And did you generate a DNA profile for Anna Walshe?
Get an answer.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And were profile sources developed that were appropriate for comparison?
Yes, the profiles developed were acceptable to be used for comparisons.
And they were both single sources?
Yes.
What does appropriate for comparison mean?
When I'm saying appropriate for comparison, I mean that the profile is full, as in data is obtained at every location that was tested, and that it is single source.
And what do you do with the profiles?
That profile is then made into a text file that is made available for the analyst that's going to be doing the comparisons.
And were the profiles assigned a number to identify them?
No.
Yes. So the numbers for the profiles are the same as their item number. So the text file profile for Anna Walshe also had the number of 13-1.1, and the text file profile for Brian Walshe was 13-2.1.
We need 100 more likes.
I might
and then
have 1 second, Your Honor.
if we get 100 more likes, we'll get, I think, 20 gifted memberships given out. Actually, we only need about 83, 82
Cross
now.
exam.
If
The
you want to
witness may
win,
step down. Thank you.
make sure you
Thank you all.
It's lunchtime. If we get to 1,000 likes, we can stop listening to DNA experts.
All rise for the court, please. Your exclusion. Folks who follow me.
Got 20 more likes, 5 more likes, 5 more likes. Can we do it? We're at 995. If you haven't liked, you might be the last one. 1,000. Bing, bing, bing.
Does anyone need anything?
No, you're wrong.
Anything from the defense? You all set? Very good.
Now we get our lunch break. Now we get our lunch break. We reached 1,000. Thank you. And Red Pen comes in with 10 gifted subs. Thank you. 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. I'm thinking Twitch for some reason. Thank you, Red Pen, for your generosity. That's cool. Appreciate that. Red Pen keeps her word. Josh also keeps his word and gives another 10 gifted subs. There you go. Kelly H. gifted another 5 memberships as well. Wow, that's 25 gifted memberships, just like that. Pow. Y'all are amazing. Okay, I realize this testimony has been slow, but we have Mr. Mutlu coming up, and we have DNA results coming up. I'm not sure which is going to happen. Are we going to take a break from the DNA? Because this was literally, well, not exactly chain of custody, but there was very little work done by each of the last, 10 witnesses. They just did basic stuff with the DNA processing, didn't actually get the results. We're waiting for the actual results. We'll say whose blood it was, where it was found, if it was mixed profile, single source, whatever it is. We're going to find all that, and then we get Mr. Mutlu, which the defense has to talk to first. Cindy, enjoy the moment. Gifted 5 as well. Why not make it 30? Thank you very much, Cindy. Thanks for sticking around, those who are here at the end of today as we're about to head off to lunch. It's going crazy in here with memberships. Wow. Who is Mutlu? He is the family friend who was the last person aside from her own family to see her alive. He was the guy who, Amber's trying to call me. He's the guy who was there at the house on New Year's Eve. Amber, are you there?
I'm here. Are you there?
Selena just gifted 5 memberships. Yes, I'm here. You can see I'm
Wonderful. Thank you, Selena.
Selena, thank
I
you.
thought I'd call before my lunch break was over so I could kind of plug the grievances form, because it looks like right now all we have for our Festivus Day is 20 submissions, and that's just not acceptable. Hi, Mommy.
Well, maybe you can make a grievance about that.
Yeah, somebody should. I've got too much else I'm submitting forms for to keep track of. Somebody else can do it.
Hello, Mom. How are you doing? Your mom's there in chat. Just saw her message.
Lord, Greener said he mailed a package of grievances to the P.O. Box. I am sorry in advance. I had nothing to do with this.
I need to go check the mailbox today. Apparently, I'm late in doing that. We are on break. We're on lunch break now. But yes, we do have a Festivus stream. We have the Festivus poll, thanks to Amber. Actually, let me show you the Festivus poll in all its glory. This is it. Plain aluminum rod. No lights because they're distracting. It has buttons you push, and then it plays copyrighted sound bites from a fun TV show. But it's great. We're going to do a Festivus stream as we did last year as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. Rebecca says, time for another t-shirt. Everything I know about DNA I learned from Brian Walsh trial. Oh my goodness, that is hilarious.
So my question for you, Scott, is what is your take at this point? Because I'm afraid I know things that haven't been presented yet in trial, so I'm keeping things close to the vest to see what is at least just presented in court. But I'm comfortable enough in what I know from pretrial to have an opinion on guilt or not guilty. But I don't think that the state has gotten there. I don't think they're going to end up proving it with his guilty his guilty plea that he did to counts 2 and 3. I don't know that they're going to get there to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
I don't think they can prove murder 1. I don't think they have it. I don't think they have the evidence to prove premeditation. They have a little bit of circumstantial, but there is also reasonable explanations for some of it. And I think there's room for doubt there. I think they can get to murder 2. I don't know what's the deal with the DNA. A lot of people have said their defense must have fought something, objected to something. There must be a problem somewhere in the DNA for them to be doing this much foundational work on that. Defense did not stipulate to everything DNA. They just stipulated to the fact that we got DNA samples from Brian and Anna through swabs, which means the FBI had them already.
See, I'm torn on this one, and it really sucks when you do know more about a case than what's come out in trial. It's hard to parse those things and separate out what would really be what's really just, because when things don't come out in the trial that have been kept out from pretrial motions, those people that know those things most usually don't agree with some part of the verdict. Like if they had seen this that was kept out, it would have been a different result. So I'm hoping that's not what it turns into.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about with this one. But anyway, have a good one, y'all. FYI, the grievance is for any grievances. Just keep no politics. Keep it to Pickles. Thanks. Have a good day, y'all.
One thing, Amber. I just noticed that Simpson's back live is he hasn't started actually yet, right?
I don't think so. Okay. I've been here, so I don't know.
All right. Cool. All right, we'll catch that. Yep, it just started right now. Okay.
Okay. Goodbye.
All right. Thank you, Amber, for that. We are going to lunch break. Are we going to miss what happens on lunch break? I hope not. If it comes back early, we're going to come back early and we're going to follow it as well. So we're planning on taking the regular 1 hour lunch. I think what's going to happen is the jury's going to get a longer lunch. They're going to get a little extra time to sit and think while the defense does what they need to do. Or if there is something that has to go in with the defense and Mr. Mutlu, then it might happen outside of court as well. So either way, if it starts early, we'll be here. So don't stray too far. we're going to get ready and go to lunch and grab some food, but be prepared at any moment to come back because court could be here in a second. We will make a portal. I have not made one yet. I'm sorry. Give me just 1 second. This is good portal making music. Sorry. I thought that was funny. All right, we're going to be coming back at 12:50 or 1:55 or sooner if the court comes back sooner, which would be nice. We got through the boring stuff. Good stuff to come, I'm sure, especially with Mr. Mootlu. I'd love to hear what happens on New Year's Eve. Exactly what was going on. What in the Walshe home? What did he observe before he left? What was the mood in the home when he left just after the new year? So we'll see. All right, we are all set up. Time is good. Lunch is ready. Watch the video sent to Mod Chat. The timestamp is included. You have to scroll up in Mod Chat. I will try to do that. I'm also recording Simpson, who's, I guess, doing something else right now. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again at 12:50 or 1:55 or sooner. I'm sorry, I'm still making the portal. Wait for it. Thanks for the 1,000 likes. Thanks for the generous gifts on the subscribers, the gifted memberships. You guys are amazing. Help. Okay, I'm not there yet. Wait. Wait for it. I'm still not ready. You have to wait. We need to redirect to there. The portal took a little bit longer to make than normal. All right.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
Okay. You guys, we'll see you after lunch.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.